I'm pleased to say that the Somerset Cricket Museum will be open today during the lunch and tea intervals. Just a reminder that lunch will be at 1:10 and tea at 4 o'clock today, 104 overs scheduled for the day. The museum is located behind the Ondaatje Pavilion next to the Somerset County Sports Shop. Definitely well worth a visit, especially if you haven't been for a season or two. Lots of new exhibits. Admission is free, although any donation would be gratefully received. Definitely a place to while away half an hour during the lunch interval for sure. And there'll be a set of cricket books in the museum office, which is behind the museum and next to Millichamp and Hall, the bat makers. We've got hundreds of books for sale there. Plenty of wisdoms, yearbooks. They're all in excellent condition and extremely low prices. So bag yourself a bargain in the Cricket Museum bookshop. Remember, that's not a cashless part of the ground. So as I always say, you will need real money if you want to bag yourself a bargain. We'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to the game. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this. If you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence via the club's official website. Cricket is a game for everyone. Thank you for joining us in raising the game. Also, just a quick mention, we do have another book sale. I've noticed they have just set up the North Somerset Area Committee with their book sale right next door to Somerset Sports. They've been with us throughout this match, and they're back with us today. Again, more book bargains for you. Quick reminder of the match situation. Hampshire will resume this morning at 11 o'clock and 144 replying to Somerset's 211. Currently a deficit of 67. Let me confirm the two team lineups for this game. For Somerset, Matt Renshaw, 77, number 15, Tom Nammonby, 28, Tom Abel, 18 is Tom Danton, James Hildreth is 28, Steve Davies, 11, Lewis Gregory, number 24, 7, Craig Overton, 38, Josh Davey, 17, Jack Leach, and 64, Peter Siddle. And for Hampshire, number 3, Felix Organ, 22, Ian Holland, 31, Nick Cummins, 14, James Vince, 8, Liam Dawson, Ben Brown is 10, and Irene Donald is 12, 13, Keith Barker, 26, James Fuller, 87, Carl Abbott, and finally Mohammed Abbas, number 38. Our match umpires are Ian Blackwell and Alex Wharf. Our match referee Mike Smith, and our scorers for this game: for Somerset, Polly Rhodes, and for Hampshire, Alan Mills. We have tickets available for all of our home matches this season, including that game we're very much looking forward to, the women's test match, England against South Africa, honoured to be staging out here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We also have to look forward to the England Lions versus South Africa and Somerset versus a Sri Lanka Development 11. Tickets for all those matches are still available, and you can get them from reception in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 3 of this county championship match between Somerset and Hampshire. It's a cloudy morning, but there's no prospect of rain, so we should, unlike yesterday, get a full day's play. And we've got some overs added in consequence of the time lost. The overs remain figure up on the board at the moment says 105. So extended sessions. Welcome to the live screen, kindly sponsored by WPA. My name's Stephen Lamb, and delighted to be joined by Charlie Taylor this morning. Morning, Charlie.
Thank you, Stephen. Good morning. Yeah, first time for me on the live stream this year. Looking forward to being part of this. I think the game is wonderfully poised. You've mentioned there about how many overs we've got left. always a bit of a pleasure after a delayed day to have a day where we're expecting over 100 overs. 67 runs behind Hampshire find themselves, and it was a really interesting session yesterday evening after this rain-curtailed day where the crowd who stuck around had been in and out with showers. I think it was the third time we'd come back out after rain delays. And Somerset came back in beautifully, perhaps bowled a little bit fuller, found their lengths better, and really caused huge problems for the Hampshire batters, who at one stage were 107 for 1, chasing this first innings total of 211 from Somerset. And we felt, well, Hampshire might be going on a bat once theory here, try and get a huge lead after the first, well, huge on this pitch, lead in that first innings. But with those 4 wickets, including one off what turned out to be the last ball of the day, Somerset have come right back in it. Hampshire 144 for 5, with Brown on 19, not out, and we don't know yet because it was from the last ball of the day, we expect Aaron Donald to come out to join him at the crease.
Yeah, that was an important breakthrough as well. Liam Dawson, that last delivery of the day for Lewis Gregory. Plum LBW, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, playing across the line a bit, wasn't he, Liam Dawson, which was such a shame for Hampshire, who had battled so hard, and actually it's what we've seen a lot of in this match is batters really battling hard for actually quite modest totals in a lot of respects. I think Tom Banton was a good example of that with Somerset, who in the end made, I think, was it 24 he made in that first innings, but actually was out there for 77 balls, almost 2 hours. He was battling away for that, and it's one of those pitches where runs aren't going to come quickly or flowing. We've seen a couple of aggressive batters there. We saw Craig Overton was someone who really took it to the Hampshire bowlers, but really it's one where the pitch is offering a little bit. Batters are cautious, fairly low scores we're talking here, aren't we? It's not going to be a game of 400 plays 500 or something. So really nicely poised. Those games where maybe a par is around 200, 250 can be really, really fascinating the way they end, and can be actually quite close as well.
Yeah, I was feeling quite gloomy at tea time yesterday, but my mood had improved dramatically by stumps. Craigo is out there at the moment, actually went past 400 first-class wickets yesterday, on 401 at the moment, and power to add, one feels.
What was interesting as well with the rain delays was that actually it gave Somerset's first bowlers, like people like Craig Overton and Peter Siddle, their opening bowlers, chances to recover. So Hampshire faced an awful lot of Craig Overton and Peter Siddle yesterday because those breaks allowed them that time to recuperate, come back out fresh. So if anything, maybe it was a little bit of a benefit to Somerset's bowlers coming out fresh every time.
And they've still got Jack Leach up their sleeve.
Hasn't bowled an over.
Yet.
No, it hasn't bowled an over. The pitch isn't the sort of one where you'd expect a lot of overs from him, but he could be very useful depending on what happens. Of course, we've got a lot of bowlers running in, creating footmarks. You can see a little bit of the footmarks on the pitch actually, and this is only the start of day 3, and we didn't have a full day yesterday, so perhaps there is a little bit of rough there that Leach can aim for. Of course, Hampshire will also talk about Liam Dawson as well as Felix Organ. I'm interested to see bowl as well. So if it does start to spin, then Hampshire will certainly feel that they're in this as well. But Leach, of course, his quality will always keep Somerset in the game, and he played so well against Gloucestershire, picking up those 8 wickets.
Yeah, he was key to that victory, wasn't he? Up the M5, and what an emphatic victory it was.
Doesn't get much better than that, does it, as a Somerset fan, seeing an innings and 246 run victory over local rivals Gloucestershire, especially at their patch as well, sort of doing it on their turf.
Yeah. And it's also been great to see them end that rather dismal sequence, which goes back into last summer, those last 4 games of last season, and starting badly this. But it's been great to see the batting firing, and Tom Abel in particular. He was unlucky yesterday. He was
very unlucky. This was on the first day where he tried to kick away a ball. He defended it, played it down. It was a perfectly fine shot, but actually the bounce trickled back onto the stumps, and as he tried to kick it away, he missed, and it did knock off a bail, which was very unlucky. So certainly wouldn't say that his good form has ended because of that. He was just an unlucky stroke. As we welcome, as you can see, onto the pitch, the umpires, Alex Wharf, former Somerset player Ian Blackwell, and the Somerset team come on alongside the Hampshire batters. We're still yet to have confirmation as to whether it will be Donald. I'd be surprised if it isn't. Because he hasn't done much else in the game, whereas if you look at any of the other players, that would be the bowlers coming on. So Donald, a specialist batter with this Hampshire side, coming in at 7. Quite a luxury, really, having a specialist coming in at 7. Somerset would have a few all-rounders by now. But this is a fascinatingly poised game, and this first session could make or break Somerset's attempts at winning this.
It feels like a very important session, doesn't it? If if they can carry on making the inroads from yesterday evening. Ben Brown on 19 not out, the Hampshire wicketkeeper. And so 5 down. There is batting to come, as Charlie was saying. Keith Parker, James Fuller, Kyle Abbott, Mohammed Abbas. So work for Somerset still to do. It will be no surprise that Lewis Gregory is going to bowl the first ball of the day, because he has to.
It's his last ball of the over. It was the 5th ball last night that got Dawson out. Huge moment, actually. There were 2 big moments, and for me it was getting that last wicket. They just dried up the wickets a little bit, Hampshire, and towards those last 4 or 5 overs, picking that up. But also the wicket of Vince was huge, and you can see from the celebrations of Craig Overton just what he knew that meant in the context of the game. Such a good batter when he gets going, James Vince.
It is going to be an Aaron Donald, and he is on strike. So we're just about ready for the first ball of the morning. 3 slips posted. And here we go on day 3. And immediately Donald is off the mark. Just a little tip and run.
Yeah, just looking for those gaps, isn't he? Feels nice getting off the mark early. Just stops those, looking up and seeing your name next to a big 0. So he'll feel good for that. Got a lot of cloud around still, much higher cloud than we saw yesterday. Yesterday, throughout the whole day, even when it was sunny, there was a lot of cloud around. Big, thick cloud. But today, much higher. Not nearly so threatening. We're not expecting rain today, so hopefully we'll get these 104 remaining overs in. It feels a bit cheating, doesn't it? We saw 105 on the board, and we've had 1 ball, and it's gone down to 104 overs remaining, but that's the way of the game.
It's the blonde head of Peter Siddle that you can see down at the river end.
Well, I'm intrigued to see whether they bring Craig Overton on from this end now, whether Gregory will just finish off his over, and they'll bring on Craig again, but we'll find out after this.
Peter Siddle's been a real asset to Somerset in the short time he's been with them.
Certainly has. This one just again being pushed into a gap, so Donald will pick up 2 singles from his first 2 balls.
Looks to be fully recovered. He missed the game here against Warwickshire with a stomach strain, but returned up at Bristol and looks fine in this game.
I wondered how he felt about that, because that was the first game Somerset won. He played for Somerset 3 times and lost 3 times, and then the game he missed, Somerset won. But I certainly don't think that the 2 were related. Actually, Jack Brooks, who came in for him, played very well, didn't he?
Yeah, and he did dismiss Sir Alistair twice.
And that was such an important part of that game. OK, Somerset went on to lose, but it brought Somerset right back into it. Can't miss his blonde hair, can you? This one. Go out towards Jack Leach, who, as you say, hadn't had all that much to do, although when he came in to bat, he was driving at pretty much everything. Scored a few streaky 4s off the edge of the bat, but all adding to Somerset's total. In the end, he made 13, including 3 4s, so certainly a useful part of the Somerset's modest total of 211. Brown is just tucked up a bit here as an appeal. I don't think there'll be any interest there. Yeah, it looked a bit high, didn't it? And it's worth asking these questions, I think, because the pitch is doing something here, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a fair bit of that. We'll just have a look on the replay. Yeah, did look a bit high. Maybe also, I mean, it's in front of leg stump, isn't it, really? So I think there's enough there for an umpire to say no.
Yeah, without on 2 fronts.
Yeah, without the bowler feeling too aggrieved. It's certainly not Plum, was it?
They're having a friendly exchange.
Peter Siddle, I'm just following him on social media. He seems like such a genuinely lovely man. I can imagine it is pretty friendly, that exchange. What can he do here? This one just takes the edge of the bat. As Brown tries to defend it. Although, if you'd asked me what he was like when I was watching him bowl against England in several Ashes series, I'd have said, oh, he doesn't appear that nice a character, but I'm pretty sure he is off the field. Just I wouldn't want to be facing him.
Yeah. Great to see him with his county cap as well.
Yes, that was lovely, wasn't it? With Andy Caddick and Marcus Trescothick on the first day, handing out caps to Somerset's 2 Australians. Given by 2 England and Somerset greats. It's this one. No real threat there. Score 146 then for 5, so a couple added already this morning.
Yeah, I think it's getting a little bit brighter actually. It was cloudy overall when I got here this morning, but there are signs of blue above us now, which augurs well.
It certainly does. The Quantock's looking lovely. It's sort of typical spring, coolish spring day, isn't it, here at Taunton? The floodlights are off. Oh, big leave there from Brown, who took a step forwards to let it come sailing through. Bat above his head there. Quite a lot of those we've seen over the last few days. Big leaves, making sure the bat is well out of the way as the ball just maybe nibbles a bit on this pitch. We will see a change in the bowling. I don't think it's that surprising. Gregory was brought on towards the end of the day yesterday. Took that wicket, so had to finish off his over today, but it will be Craig Overton from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
The man with 3 wickets in the bag already. No surprise at all to see him brought back into the attack. A bit of a discussion about field placings, how
number 7, Craig Overton.
they're going to be. We're going to have 3 slips.
Slips have been in the game a lot as the ball just does a little bit off the pitch. One of those days as a slip fielder, you've got to be awake for absolutely every second of each delivery. We've seen quite a few sail through the slips as well, some of them not carrying. Difficult days to bat here at Somerset. It's certainly not an easy pitch to score runs on.
Quite a bit of deliberation about this field. We've got a man out on either side, deep backward square and backward point. And there's a deepish mid-wicket. Tom Abel knows how important this session is and the value of getting it right early on. Here is Craig Overton's first ball of the day.
Oh, I think he'll know just how important, in particular, Ben Brown's wicket is. Ben Brown is can be destructive. I don't think this is the sort of pitch we'll see that. Although if he stays in long enough, perhaps he'll start to feel more confident. But in his time with Sussex, was a fantastic batter and wicket-keeper. Sort of player you didn't want to see walking out to the crease, really, if you're on the other side.
Nice looking stroke. That's going to be the first boundary of the morning, comfortably. Beautifully timed by Aaron Donald. That'll do a lot for his confidence.
Yep, he just saw that was going to be maybe slightly fuller from Overton.
Attractive stroke. So the 150 up with that boundary. Defensive-minded to follow up.
Definitely pitching it up here. Craig Overton looking to bowl on a fuller length. Maybe asking for a bit of swing or late movement. Early on this, the day 3 of this match, 150 for 5. Hampshire, that Somerset total was 211.
Played late this time. Straight to the man at backward point.
Somerset won't want to allow too many shots which can be driven for 4. Those runs are quite tight this game. Just, what are they now, 61 behind with still 5 wickets in hand. Definitely don't want to give away a big-ish lead on this pitch. You know, a 50-run lead could be quite telling come the end of the game.
Found the gap this time, and we'll pick up a comfortable single. In fact, they're going to make it 2. Shy of the stumps at the bowler's end, which missed. Might have been tight.
That's good running from Hampshire. Looking to pick up these runs when they're available.
It was Tom Lammonby with the throw. Looked aggrieved that it hadn't quite hit the wicket. Must have been close.
Well, he was, I mean, he dived and sort of threw and rolled over and picked it up as he did all of that. I mean, He can't have been that cross that he missed the stumps. It's very high standards that they work to, I know, but still, it was would have been a fantastic run out.
There was late movement there, but mainly after it had passed the bat.
Yeah, just a bit of a warning shot that from Craig Overton, wasn't it? He's saying, don't think you can keep driving me. I've still got the short ball in my locker. Coming through, sailing through at neck height.
Warm-up over complete for Craigo. Yeah, so 59 runs behind Hampshire. That can be knocked off in fairly short order.
Well, we saw a couple of overs last night, 22 runs from them, and it wasn't that Hampshire were running away with it as such, but just edges running through the slips or going down the leg side. Still continuing a drive there, which is a little bit uppish, but perfectly safe as it is fielded. Siddle probably won't mind seeing that mindset from Ben Brown. He probably knows that's a good chance of getting a wicket if Hampshire feel they've got to move this game on, because that's partly it as well. Hampshire will feel like they've got a chance of winning this. They could just move the game on slightly. They don't want to leave it too late. Oh, there's a big shout. Given as well. That is a big moment in the game. Ben Brown goes, doesn't look, has to drag himself away. Didn't look happy with it, but Siddle, it was a big shout straight away. Confident appeal. Let's have a look at it. Oh, it is, yeah. I think that is, I don't think he'll be too disappointed with that decision.
Full length, hitting middle and leg.
Looked good to me. And Siddle knew straight away, didn't he? All the slips were up. Hands in the air. Well, there we go. Breakthrough for Somerset then, early on this third day. It's also a second bowling point as well. Keep on top of those for you. 6th wicket goes down. Ben Brown didn't last very long this morning. 19 runs to his name as he trudges off this Taunton outfield. You can see a bit of a chat going on. Somerset will be really pleased with that.
Yeah, important breakthrough early on. And Brown, who was the overnight batter as well, so and looking pretty solid in the short time he was there, but that also looked plumb. Yeah. It didn't feel like an inquiry from Siddle, did it?
It didn't. No, it was, you're going to give this one out, wasn't it? That's it. Whereas the one before, he'd had one earlier on, I think in his previous over, where he was asking a question, whereas this one was, I think he knew that finger was going up. Although it wasn't instant from Alex Wharf. It wasn't an instant decision, was it? But it did come eventually. Keith Barker then, who certainly can add runs, is walking out to join Anira Donald. If you're joining us a few moments late, what are we, about 10, 12 minutes into play? And the 1 wicket has gone down for the addition of 8 runs this morning. And Peter Siddle proving just how useful a signing he's been for Somerset, making that early breakthrough. A constant threat. You always feel like he's a constant threat, Siddle, don't you? He's a wicket-taking bowler.
It's his second of the innings, having accounted for Nick Gubbins yesterday evening.
Well, 2 very useful players to see the back of, Gubbins and Brown. And that is, you bring in these top-level players. That is what you expect from them, really, is to be able to dislodge those top batters from other sides.
Yeah, he's been a tremendous signing. Great accuracy.
That'll be the left-handed Barker then on strike this time. And coming around the wicket to the left-hander. No edge there as it goes through to Steve Davies.
Yes, looking at it from the angle we are, it's slightly difficult to tell whether that was a leave or not. Particularly with Barker being left-handed.
We look at, we talked a bit about Hampshire's depth, firstly in their batting, how they, Abbott will come in later as well, and Fuller, both of those good batters, but the Somerset attack is so strong as well. That one definitely was a leave, wasn't it, Barker there, making the decision to leave it alone. I think, I've mentioned it, I think if batters know it's going to miss the stumps, I think they'll be quite happy to leave it on this pitch. I think it's doing enough that they'll really only concentrate on the ones they have to. Especially someone like Barker just coming in will want to feel his way into the game a bit. electric scooter passes by the ground as Siddle's in again. This one just pushed forwards.
It's still filling the ground.
It is. We had it was a really good day on Thursday. Day one here was really quite busy. A lot of excitement in the ground. Somerset on the back of 2 big wins, 2 innings victories.
Yeah, and one of them over the champions.
Mm. And the other over local rivals. It doesn't get too much better, does it? In a row, those 2. Driven back at the bowler, and Siddle does get a hand to it. Trickles its way through to Lewis Gregory once the pace was taken off it. End of a very good over. Fans appreciate that. And hear the applause. And Siddle makes the first breakthrough then today. 152 for 6.
So this phase of championship cricket, early phase in the season, drawing to a close. We've got the Blast starting soon, next week.
Very exciting. Very exciting. I always love it when it comes around because, you know, we enjoy this early spell of championship matches and then something so different comes along. And you're watching totally different style of cricket.
Good looking drive, half stopped. Great cover. We're going to take a single for that. I noticed that Riley Russo was leaving on a jet plane yesterday, possibly the day before. Should have arrived by now. Ex-Hampshire, of course.
He is indeed. I was speaking to some of the Hampshire faithful about Riley Russo over the last couple of days. He said that he'll bring you some big scores, but he'll also, you know, he'll hit out at a lot of things. So he said there'll be frustration, but there'll also be some fantastic shots to watch. I'm excited to see him.
Short to the left-handed Barker from Overton. A good morning sort of delivery.
Yeah. He's done a lot of damage, hasn't he, Riley Russo, to Somerset over the years for Hampshire. He's sort of player who can take a game away. If he gets in, really gets the bit between his teeth. He's destructive, powerful. Really adds to this strong Somerset T20 side.
Solid from Barker. Yeah, happily he wasn't particularly active in a game that really counted at Lord's, that Royal London Cup final.
I remember that he didn't score too many runs, did he? But I remember feeling quite pleased when he was out.
Yeah.
And I think that's the sort of, you know, that if you're pleased when a player goes out, that's the sort of player you'd be quite happy to have on your side. So
yeah, you're conscious of the dramatic effect that
absolutely.
he can have on a game.
Absolutely.
And it'll be nice to see that in Somerset colours very soon.
Well, it leaves some interesting choices for the coaching and captain the staff here, because he's another overseas player alongside these 2 Australians, alongside Marchant de Lange, who we haven't seen in
He's been playing for the seconds.
Yeah, so unlucky to all the other second 11 players coming to play against Somerset, and you've got Marchant de Lange firing rockets at you.
Good looking drive for a single. Very strong squad to pick from.
It's a really strong squad, and those decisions about which overseas players they'll play, I guess it will come down to conditions a little bit, but also form as well. You've got some fantastic players, domestic players for Somerset, you know, players who are in and around England squads like Tom Banton and Lewis Gregory, with those white ball players who are just great to watch. Somerset very lucky to have such a fantastic squad for fans to watch. Runners up last year. I've got my tickets for the Essex game. Looking forward to that double header. Of course, Western Storm here as well, taking on Sunrisers in the morning, and then Essex Somerset in the afternoon on Sunday. It's a week on Sunday.
Action-packed day.
Absolutely, really looking forward to that. If the weather's good, it should be an absolute cracker of a day, because Essex, recent winners, of course. When did they win it? 3 years ago, the T20. 2 or 3 years ago. I might have to look that up. I'm sure someone will let me know at Charlie Taylor 4 if you want to correct me.
Yes, apologies for not being able to confirm.
on Twitter.
You're in the right ballpark.
But they certainly, I remember seeing it, I was seeing them win it. Ravi Bopara, when he was with Essex there, looking very pleased with himself. Quite rightly, great player. But they're a strong side as well. Even without Alistair Cook in that T20 side. Although, who's to say he could make a comeback, having a good season, is the Knight of the Realm. Essex doing very well as well. I don't know if you saw the scorecard yesterday, but Lancashire, they're playing with 32 for 5.
And Lancashire have made a pretty good start to the summer as well.
They certainly have, yes. By no means a pushover team there.
As you see, we have a box of balls that's been brought out.
Well, this will be the second time we've seen a ball change in this innings, actually. It was Somerset who changed it as well the first time. And this is a brand new batch of Duke balls that they've been brought in for the county, this round of county matches. So, not a good sign that we're seeing a second change as Tom Abel gets in and amongst the decisions. Looks like Josh Davies there as well. He'll have something to say on it, I'm sure.
Which is the one with the proudest C.
Yes, yeah. Davey, who bowled pretty well, pretty consistently yesterday. He's he's been a Somerset stalwart now in the first 11, hasn't he? Great player, but bowled without reward. No wickets for 23 runs from 8 overs.
Much deliberation out there.
I wonder, because these are a brand new batch of balls, so obviously they have to bring in a set of balls that have got some of them have been used a little bit, otherwise you get a brand new shiny ball every time you changed it, which obviously wouldn't really be fair on the batting side. So it must have been knocked in by someone, these balls, so I don't know to what level they've been
There was a bit of concern, wasn't there, about the original batch going soft
losing
too
their
early,
shape, yeah.
which is why this new batch has been brought in.
Well, we've only had 59 overs and we've had 2 changes of the ball. So Siddle with that different ball now. There'll be no run there. It doesn't. Maybe players are more looking out for it because they know there have been problems over the last few weeks. Hence this new batch coming in. I know Jimmy Anderson talked about it as well. He's been doing a fair bit of bowling for Lancashire, trying to get himself back in that England squad, which he was named in. Bit of movement there. You can see Davies having to dive to his left to take it. So there is a bit of movement once it's past the stumps.
Gives some encouragement to the bowler, that.
Well, Keith Barker probably won't mind seeing it either, to be honest, when he'll be back out at some point today, you'd think.
Yeah, good to see Anderson and Broad back in.
Yeah, alongside 2 Somerset bowlers as well. Overton and Leach named in that England squad. Does take a bit of an edge there. It squirts out to point, but there's no way that there's a run there. Yeah, it's got to the point now where we're not surprised to see Overton or Leach in England squads, which just shows, that they have really earned their spot. Overton yet to have one of those spells that we're used to seeing here at Somerset, where he is, pretty much unplayable, hitting the top of the off stump or causing all sorts of issues. He hasn't quite had that with England yet. It's a bouncer. Which goes, and given actually as a no ball, it did look quite high when it came over the batter's head, which with Keith Barker is quite a tough thing to do, especially as Siddle's not the tallest either. Yeah. So he really bent his back into it, that one, Siddle, and actually in the end too much.
I think you'd have needed Keith Barker and a half.
Yeah.
To reach that. And as you say, he's a tall man.
Yeah, he is. Absolutely. He's certainly tall, quite a lot taller than Siddle, I should think. Put the 2 next to each other. This one nicely flicked, actually. That's angled towards the 3rd area. They'll pick up 4, and that's the first real deliberate shot we've seen from Barker. Looking at the gaps there, just the wide of the slips. He moves on to 5.
Played it very late.
He did. He waited for it, didn't he? And just with a little flick of the wrists, sent it towards the boundary. In fact, they look like they might plug that gap now as Tom Banton. No, it'll be Craig Overton who goes out there from the slips. They've gone down to 2 slips, and Overton will man the boundary. Yeah, I've got a feeling that's probably a good area for Barker, actually, using the pace. Not a dissimilar looking shot, although much more defensive there. But yeah, what I'd love to see in that, just quickly back to the England squad, is Craig Overton have one of those spells where, you know, he takes 5 wickets or more and is, you know, just shows what he can do. And if he gets a pitch that just helps him a little bit, because he's had quite flat decks to work with when he's been with England. On the leg side, hands on head for Peter Siddle, but not really sure why. And that is the end of that over. Just to sort of get the rest of the cricketing nation to think, oh, hang on a minute, yeah, this is why he's so good in the Championship. This is why he's been picked for England, because
we've known about it here for a long time.
Absolutely, and he,
that's with Jack Leach.
Exactly, and Leach has had a few more of those spells, hasn't he, with England, where he's proved himself. He's got 5 for. So I think England sort of realise he is why he's there. A lot of followers will realise why he's there and what he can do, whether he's holding an end or taking wickets.
There was quite a lot of talk before the squad was selected about Matt Parkinson and the possibility of him being brought in. It would have been a very cruel decision to leave Jack Leach out.
Yes, it would have been. I think I do agree with that. I think Leach has proved himself as actually, you know, he's had games where he's been attacked by players. In particular, I'm thinking of the Ashes. But actually, he always comes back and can then, you know, by consistency, hold an end or take wickets.
For which we saw to such effect last week in Bristol. So he's in form. Hasn't bowled yet in this innings, but we may well see him today. And wickets continue to fall quickly. Perhaps we won't.
Absolutely. Well, at the moment, we've barely seen any spin. And the only spin we have seen was Craig Overton dispatching Liam Dawson back over his head. His best bowling figures in Tests are 3 for 14, which is, that's an excellent figure to have, 3 for 14, but not quite running through sides.
Expansive drive, and he'll feel a little bit disappointed not to get any reward for that. It's right off the middle of the bat, straight to short extra.
Now, I'd love, I can't speak as a proficient batter, but when I've batted for my team, and you just feel one ping off the bat, which is very rare, but when you think, oh, I've at least deserved something from that, and you see it go straight to a fielder, you just think, oh, it's going to happen once every 100 balls I actually hit something. At least give me a run for it.
I barely remember the feeling. Tucked down to long leg this time for a comfortable single. 50 behind Hampshire, with 4 first innings wickets standing. 2 sixes off 3 deliveries I managed once.
Did you? Wow.
But they were fairly agricultural swings.
Sort of heaves, weren't they? We go with cow corner. Oh, I must admit, I'm yet to hit a 6. Although I do normally come in sort of 9 or 10, so I sort of feel like I'm clinging on, trying to stay in rather than
so you're
up
in
the run rate.
Mainly for your bowling then?
Well, I think that's questionable as well, Stephen, to be honest. I think if my teammates are listening, then I think I'm making up numbers is the real reason that I'm there.
Nicely played this time, and almost crashing into the square leg umpire, the fielder there.
Alex Wharf had to keep an eye on it. Is it Banton, I think, diving around?
Yeah.
Out there, or is it Lammonbick?
End of the over. 162 for 6. I quite often batted 9, and my ideal scenario was if there was a game to be saved, having no shots
Yeah, rather than sort of 15 to win off 2 overs or something, you'd rather have 2 overs
7
to
or 8
survive.
overs to
Yeah,
bat,
yes.
to stuff it up for the opposition,
That's
basically.
it. Oh, Axbridge are listening in. Great. They've just messaged me to say, once in every 100 balls, Charlie, that's a bit generous that you hit the ball. Good to have their support today. Thanks, Axbridge, as Siddle comes in again down the leg side.
Nicely taken by Stephen Davies.
And hello to David as well. He's watching in today. Whatever you're up to this Saturday, great to be with you here on the live stream, brought to you by Somerset County Cricket Club, but also thanks to WPA Health Insurance as well. Barker's going to be tough to get through, you feel, here. He's someone who will be quite happy to stick around. Donald, I don't feel like he's had a lot of the strike, really. He's been a lot at Barker since he's come in.
Yes, he's played those 2 delightful off drives, one of which went to the boundary and the other straight to the fielder. But yeah, Barker more, I think, since he came in.
Finding a bit of a gap there, enough of a gap to bring Donald on to strike, so the field will swap around. Back from injury, Donald, he's been out for a long time. Good to see him making his way back into first 11 cricket. Good talent on the circuit, Welsh talent coming through. A bit of a discussion going on there in the middle. 163 for 6. Worth just keeping an eye on the deficit. 48 runs now. As I say, I think a 50-run lead could be very useful. Just moving across there a little bit, Donald, to get to that one just before the ball was bowled.
It's pretty much an even session so far after half an hour. The 1 wicket for Somerset.
I think a session, if you only lose 1 wicket in a session, I think you feel, especially on this pitch, I think you'd feel very pleased. I think Somerset will want 3 in the session, won't they? As a minimum, on a pitch that is offering a bit, especially to bowlers like Peter Siddle. Again, moving across, covering his stumps, it gets past the fielder at point. There's no one out in the deep there, so it's going to be, I think, Matt Renshaw who's coming around. Coming out of slip to field it.
In his smart new Somerset cap.
Yeah. Well, he's someone who loves playing here. This is his, I think, in the 7th game that he's played here. He scored 400s. Still a chance he could do another one here. Obviously didn't do that in the first innings. Scored 90 odd against Gloucestershire in the last game as well. A real run machine. Barker just happy to defend. I think when you see Peter Siddle running in at you, pretty clear why he's doing that. Always offering something dangerous, Peter Siddle. So Barker survives. 166 for 6.
Take you round 1 or 2 of the other games in progress. Northants 48 for 2 in reply to that massive Kent total of 519. Yorkshire moving ahead at Headingley of Warwickshire, 295 for 4 in reply to 244. Nicely checked stroke there, just dabbed down to 3rd man. Lancashire 57 for 5 now, going along rather slowly as you'd expect.
Well, that, I mean,
wickets down.
And you can call that a recovery. 57 for 5. They were 32 for 5 overnight. So actually putting together a bit of a partnership. Whoever's at the crease for Lancashire.
That's up in the air, but it's probably going to go first bounce into the Somerset stand. Got the full bat on that, Keith Barker.
Well, an expansive shot. Was just beginning to see Barker. I think he felt there was a little bit of height there that he could work with. Yeah, it's a shorter ball from Overton. Pulling. Nicely timed. Flew off the bat towards the boundary. No one out there. So just had to watch it. No one running after it. The speed it was travelling.
It's Luke Wood and Phil Salt who are instigating the Lancashire revival. Played with quite the same degree of confidence, but will bring him a single nonetheless.
That's still a long way to go. Essex made best part of 400, didn't they? I think so. It's a long way back for Lancashire now, saving that game.
Yeah, but 24 for 5 to where they are now, 57, is a mini revival.
Oh, more than doubled their score, these two.
Airborne for a little while, but well wide of the slip, Gordon. Down to the man in front of the river stand, which is now completely refurbished. It's been gradually building up an array of seats during the course of this season.
Looks very smart. I was yesterday briefly up in the tallest bit here, the highest bit of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Looking very smart as well. New seats there. Got the temporary stand as well, which will be, I'm sure, packed for the T20s here. Be a great atmosphere as always. Still tickets available for that double header. Western Storm against Sunrisers, Somerset against Essex. So actually a good day for Essex fans to come here as well, given that Sunrisers play at Chelmsford. It's their local side.
There is a man at backward point to complete the over. 173 for 6 then.
There it is, tickets available. Well worth a go. Western Storm on the back of a dramatic win actually against the Sunrisers. A big chase on, they had 1 wicket to go. Some overthrows at the death which helped Western Storm get over the line. And Somerset, well, we're yet to see them in T20 action, but they've been on the back of a couple of great wins. Will Smead looks in fine form with the second 11. He is going to be very interesting to watch in this T20 side, alongside Riley Rousseau, Tom Abel, who's made himself a really great white ball player. All the shots around the ground, forwards of the wicket, square, behind him, wherever. He'll score runs. Banton doesn't get much more exciting than that as well. Siddle in, and Donald just getting rid of that one, saying nope, no runs there. Just survive it.
38 behind now, Hampshire. Haven't had a change apart from Lewis Gregory bowling that one delivery.
I think we can overlook that one. So that was the end of yesterday's play rather than today's, although it did happen this morning, of course.
Drive, but no power behind the stroke.
Just going to have a look at that pull shot from Keith Barker. Look at that right out of the meat. Swiveled. I mean, it won't be the most graceful pull shot you'll ever see, but Barker timing it really beautifully.
There were plenty of sinews involved in that.
God, he must feel quite, I don't know, quite brave when take on Greg Overton like that. Forwards, this one's going to go straight past the stumps at the other end. There's a chase on here, and it will just be pulled up inside the boundary. They'll come through for at least a couple. In fact, they come through for 275 for 6 now. Taking Peter Siddle on with a bit of a straight drive there, Donald. Don't think he'll like that, Siddle. What's he got now?
quite on top of that.
No, it didn't look convincing, did it? Really, as a defensive shot. Coming out towards Craig Overton. Quite a close field, almost like there's a fielding restriction in play. Could be a T20 looking at that field. Lots within what would be the 30-yard circle. A couple of slips, but then fairly evenly spread around the circle. This one's just defended again out into the offside. And the only fielders outside are the two on square leg and long leg. So actually, not dissimilar to a T20 field, what we're looking at the moment. Maybe Abel just getting into that mindset ahead of next week. Again, taking on the drive here, and they come through for a quick single. There'll be a throw at the stumps, but they will have made it home. Overton thinks about following through, naming at the other end, but again, Barker home safely. So quick single.
Yes, the shy was reasonable. There was plenty of backup.
Yeah.
It's quite a gear change, isn't it, from one discipline to the other? Having been concentrating on Red Bull so far this season. Always a great atmosphere here for T20. We are going to have a change. In fact, it is going to be the man who has bowled the one delivery so far today to complete his over from last night. So Craig Overton making way for Lewis Gregory.
The attack from the Marcus Trescothic pavilion end, Lewis Gregory.
It's impressive when everyone's fit in this attack. It's been impressive for years, hasn't it now?
Well, having Gregory as a first change, I mean, that's a lot of counties would love to have someone of his ilk coming in. Scored 89 last week against Gloucestershire. Bit disappointing not to reach the 100. He was run out in the end. But then taking wickets last night as well. Such a useful player for Somerset.
Yeah, no, well, that innings last week was emphatic, wasn't it? And we were talking about Craig Overton's return to form as well in this game. Play and a miss.
Yeah, just practices angling the bat there, Donald. But induced into that, it's a nice length for that kind of wicket. You can see what he's trying to do there, Gregory. Just trying to tempt them into that shot. Tempt Donald to play it. Try and get an edge. But beating the bat early on in what's going to be his first full over of the day.
He's looking threatening, Lewis Gregory. His first full over of the day. Somerset looking to increase that wicket count. Just one so far, that of Ben Brown. Went for 19 earlier. Palm LBW to Peter Siddle.
Keep that out, didn't he? There's Gregory just varying his width here. Some at the stumps, some shorter and outside off. Making the batter think a little bit. Peter Siddle is offering great consistency. Overton looking pretty much for that fuller length, but Gregory here just varying it a bit. Getting a bit of movement off the pitch as well.
Yes, asking questions all the time. By all accounts, they were a bit unlucky on the first evening, Somerset, that short spell when they bowled superbly without any luck at all.
Yep.
It can turn around so quickly.
Plenty of oohs and ahs in the crowd. That's I was watching from the stands for that particular bit of the session. Lots of near misses, but nothing taking the edge. And it wasn't until 24 hours later Somerset did begin to find those killer deliveries.
Oh, that's unlucky from the bowler's point of view. Off the outside edge and down to third man for 4.
I'm not entirely convinced that carried past. I think it's Craig Overton diving there.
It was a diving attempt, wasn't it? I don't think.
He would have been. Well, it would have been a spectacular one-handed effort, wouldn't it? It's,
yeah, no pace off the ball that I can see. So I don't think he got a hand to it. Double change it's going to be.
They did this yesterday as well. Just kept these two together, Gregory and Davey, as well as keeping Siddle and Overton working in partnership. The lead now is just 30 for Somerset, so Hampshire chipping away nicely at this. Somerset will be desperate now with these two bowlers, Davey and Gregory, feeling fresh, hopefully, to make an impact.
Yes, applause greeting the introduction of Josh Davey.
A popular figure around these parts. Two slips then for Davey. Pushed out towards a backwards point. Leach field, still no sign that we're going to get any Leach, I would say. Not just yet, anyway.
They're keeping the pressure on reasonably well, Somerset. They may only have taken 1 wicket, but it doesn't feel like bat is in command.
No. It's been similar all through the game, really. Bat has never been on top over ball, not really at any point. I mentioned Craig Overton dominating Liam Dawson's overs, which were only a couple in the end, but other than that, the seamers have been on top. Hence why we're looking at fairly low scores, 211. Somerset off the back of 2 big scores against Warwickshire and then against Gloucestershire, racking up 9 on 600. In the air and over Craig Overton. That was close. Won't go for 4 though. Well, that's a miscue, isn't it, from Donald? Very, very close. Yeah, just getting underneath it a little bit, flicking it over the head of Overton. Ball's following him a bit, Craig Overton, since he's come off the from bowling. If it's going over Craig Overton's head, though, it's not. No one's going to catch it. There's no one tall enough. If Craig Overton can't do it, then
it's got to be the guy with the best chance.
Yeah. Made a decision to leave it there after, I think, shaping up to play it, but pulling his bat out the way in the end.
He just turned to have a look at the umpire, Josh Davey, after that delivery. He was possibly quite close to Barker's bat.
River stand fairly full today. Cloudy day. Good view from there. Driven straight back to Davey, who, if that had hit the stumps, because he got a hand to it, if he'd managed to guide it onto the stumps, might have been close. But in the end, harmlessly sailing past them.
Yes, the hands on head rather indicated that he felt he'd narrowly missed out there.
Yeah, that's that would have been, well, a pretty unlucky way to get out, isn't it, when it comes so fast back at the bowler and they manage to, because you know, you don't get time to think about what angle, you just get your hand out, don't you? Try and do something to it. Well, interesting over from Josh Davey. A few chances there. He'll feel pretty pleased, I think, with that as a first over of the day.
Yeah, 0 for 24 overall from 9 Josh Davey. But not far off the wickets column in that over. May yet get there. Hampshire creeping up onto that Somerset total of 211. 29 short now. There's an extravagant attempt at a cover drive.
Well, it's the second time Gregory's got the better of Donald in a similar ball like that. In fact, I think it was the first ball of the last over as well, where he's played that and trying to get the cut shot, take the edge, but Donald missing both times.
Cramped for room on that occasion. It's played with other greater caution.
Yeah, Gregory, the most expensive of the Somerset bowlers, but that's because he's been pitching it up, trying to take wickets with the. If you get your length slightly wrong, you'll offer up drives, potential for drives. He's going around about 4 and over. 1 for 51 from his 13 overs. Craig Overton, the most economic. Fuller and driven, just what I was talking about. Asking for the swing, but also giving opportunities for drives. A little bit over pitch that from Gregory, and another 4 goes to the total.
Between extra cover and mid-off that time. Drives with a very free flow of the bat, and Aaron Donald. Looks very good when it comes off.
Risk and reward for Lewis Gregory. Pitching it up here. Trying to do the same again. Donald runs through for a single. Quick single adding to the total means they are now 25 behind Somerset. Wickets needed for the home team here. As I say, when you're talking low figures, scores around 200, 250. A lead of 50, more like a lead of maybe 80 on a flatter pitch, perhaps, something along those lines.
Pull again from Barker will be at least a couple here. Running that nicely in the leg side field. Comfortable 2 out to mid-wicket.
Good teamwork, Banton and Lammonby there.
Yeah. Oh, that's kept very low on Stephen Davies. Couldn't take it cleanly. And a bye ensues. That was an awkward one.
Well, interesting that, because we've not really seen it keep low like that in the game much at all. It's been a pitch that's offered a good amount of bounce, so to see it keep so low is surprising. I expect perhaps Davies wasn't expecting that, whereas if it's a pitch that often does it, perhaps you're more aware for that ball to come through low. But
it was unusual though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a second bounce through to him, and that was what confused him.
There's Tractor Driver. His shouts echoing round, not from his normal spot. It's the Gimblets Hill area currently under refurbishment, allowing for some more access to those benches there, which is where Tractor normally sits. But you can hear him, generally speaking, having spent a lot of time here. It's quite quiet in the mornings, and then I feel like there's something which changes towards the afternoon, evening, where he suddenly begins to get a bit noisier. well, just having to avoid that one.
Yes, he sometimes stands, doesn't he, by the score?
He does,
board
yeah.
down there.
Usually when he's when there's an exciting moment of the game, or there's a bench underneath the scoreboard, which I'm guessing, looking at it, they're extending, aren't they, Gimblett Hill there? They've sort of built on extra underneath the scoreboard. It's not normally that, doesn't reach that far out normally. So I guess his bench underneath the scoreboard will now be raised onto one of those platforms there. I'm sure he'll find himself a spot. Just angled here, past the slips. It's going to run away for 4. There's a chase on for Hildreth, but he won't get there. Davey just offering a little bit of width on that one. Just enough to use the pace on the ball there, guiding it past the slip fielders for Donald, who's moved on to 29 now, and the run's just beginning to come a little bit easier, aren't they? 195 for 6, the score. 29 off 37, that's pretty good going in this game. One of the slips moves wider.
It's not that long until we have a new ball due. 12 overs remaining after this one.
Well, Hampshire, if they're still going in those 12 overs, would expect to have drawn level and overtaken Somerset by that point. So the new ball could be really important at making sure Hampshire don't run away with a really useful lead that Somerset will have to claw back in their second innings. Really interestingly poised this game still, as that one goes to slip. Dropped. Did it drop just in front? I think it did carry. They looked disappointed enough that it probably was a drop. Hard to see from our angle. We've got the slips have got their back to us. We'll have a look on the replay. We're looking quite wide here. Keep an eye out to the left of your screen. I can't quite see it there, but looks to me like enough disappointment.
The body language did rather indicate, didn't it?
Well, what's frustrating for the captain there is that he's just made that slip wider, almost in a little gully area, coming quite close now. Maybe a 4th slip position. As Davies in, another drive, and it'll go to point this time. Well, Somerset know now that Donald is going to be driving, and they've put the slip right in the position. It went straight to him. Davey and Craig Overton will walk past each other. I wonder if there are any words said there. Just a sort of apology maybe, but very frustrating. When you put the man in there, you've got to come up with a game plan. Ball goes straight to him.
And the horse bolts.
Yes, that's it. Get away with it there, Donald. He's now on a bit of borrowed time.
We've seen a few plays and misses from him as well as that.
Yeah, he's riding his luck a bit, isn't he, really? Which is the other way you can bat on this sort of pitch. You can really, battle away slowly. Or you ride your luck and you say, well, there's a ball coming with my name on it. So I may as well have a go.
Starts off down the leg side to Barker. "25 years of age, and Aaron Donald started his career with Glamorgan before moving to Hampshire. Pulled away out to deep mid-wicket. Just be a single in that for Keith Barker. And it's a no ball as well.
Must have been an overstep there from Lewis Gregory. Just Barker looking to pull shots here, which perhaps you wouldn't say typical deliveries that would get pulled. I think he's enjoying that area. That's why Tom Abel's plugged that gap now in the field. Although they have now obviously swapped over 2 for this delivery.
Oh, in the air and down to third man for 4. Still chancing his arm, and Aaron Donald. It's paying off for him at the moment. 200 up for Hampshire. Wasn't in full control of that, though.
No, that certainly wasn't what he was looking to do with the ball. But as I mentioned, Donald now is taking on, well, particularly Lewis Gregory, but also Davey in the previous over. We've seen Somerset try and find those fielders in the right places. I mean, the drive is on from Lewis Gregory. It's not a wrong shot to play, but it also, if the pitch, you know, if the seam does a bit, nibbling around a bit, then it does offer that chance of edges. That one flew through what would maybe have been a fourth slip area. Down to third man. Just 9 the deficit now.
All the batters have tended to view this pitch with a certain amount of suspicion. Much gardening in between deliveries. Prodding of the pitch. Pick up a comfortable single for that. 34, and Aaron Donald. 49 is the top individual score in this innings so far. That was Ian Holland.
Very useful 20 as well from Barker at the other end. Well, he's now at the striker's end.
Inside out. There'll be a couple for this. Not where he was planning to place it.
Yeah, leading edge there, again in the air. Somerset, no, they're on the verge of a wicket here. You can see the chances coming, but nothing taken yet.
And that particular frustration for Josh Davey in his previous over. He's going to continue. Should have converted that 0 into a 1. Unfortunate not to have done so.
Craig Overton is back in a similar position to where he dropped that last one. Does have his back to us, so I haven't seen a clear shot yet of the drop. This one full and flicked nicely onto the leg side. It will get stopped on the boundary. Bit of a diving attempt there from Lewis Gregory. Didn't take it cleanly, but it was travelling.
Yeah, he did well just to parry it, actually, because it was in danger of flying past him. It's a good effort.
Yeah, just off the back of a 7-ball over as well, so he's done well. Alert, quick as well, across the ground. Brings Barker on to strike there. Leach has got a chase on here, he'll make it. Another couple added, and that lead now is just 3 for Somerset. Hampshire still with 4 wickets in hand. Dangerous territory here for Somerset.
Yes, Hampshire looking to wrest back the initiative that they lost in that session yesterday evening.
Well, the runs have flowed a bit here, haven't they, in the last 4 or 5 overs. But not all of those runs have come off particularly good shots. Been a few good drives, but actually quite a lot of streaky, edgy 4s in that time. So perhaps doesn't tell the full story, just looking at the scorecard.
Yeah, and there has been some encouragement for the bowlers, but also some frustration.
Bit of an edge there along the ground to Lewis Gregory, who's in the third area, and he picks it up and throws it in. That's a single, so the field will just swap round again. Left-hand, right-hand split.
Yeah, again, he improved his chances of keeping it down by playing it so late, Keith Barker. Handy contribution this from him. 25 not out. It's quite a partnership building.
It certainly is, and with Fuller and Abbott still to come, Somerset by no means through. Just from a wicket here, they'll think about a single, but it's definitely not there. As the ball is flung in by Jack Leach. Always feel like Jack Leach has got quite a baggy jumper on. The others are quite well fitted, some of them sleeveless, but Jack, I always feel like around his arms looks a bit baggy. A few hands on hips in the Somerset fielders. Driven back to the bowler, and again that drive from Donald. It will offer up chances, it already has. Somerset haven't taken them. End of the over, we see a few more members of the crowd arriving, taking their seats.
Yep, maybe a bit of a lie-in this morning.
Oh, it is a Saturday, isn't it? Weekend day.
Absolutely. So scores almost level now here at Taunton after just over an hour's play. Going to be playing until 1:10 this session. Time added on to make up for that lost yesterday.
Lewis Gregory, who takes control of the field quite a lot, doesn't he? He's obviously coming back off some captaincy duties. Somerset's T20 the last few years, also in the 100, been captain there in Nottingham. Great big dive. Is that Matt Renshaw? There was absolutely no way he was getting onto that. It was almost like he was diving into a swimming pool. I'd love to see a slow-mo of that dive if there's any chance of it. That would be absolutely great.
Marks for effort.
Just going to have a look at the replay of it. There he goes, look at that. He was nowhere near it, and he knew he wasn't, and it was covered as well, but obviously fancied flinging himself at it anyway.
I don't think the panel of judges would have been terribly impressed.
No. He landed on his belly as well. It must have hurt, I should think. Great character in this Somerset side, Matt Renshaw. We can get a still of that, sort of cut him out. We could Photoshop him into all sorts of great famous photographs of him diving in. Still a lead of just 2 here, Somerset. No bad thing to have a character like that on the side, particularly if, you know, heads are maybe Somerset just thinking, oh, we haven't had that luck, we haven't, you know, still 4 wickets in hand, they're drawing level with us. Renshaw there geeing up the troops a bit.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Frustration again for Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, he's been good last few balls here, Gregory, causing some issues for Barker.
That was a peach.
Mm. Bringing his length back a bit there, Gregory, and allowing Barker a chance to turn it onto the leg side.
Just ambling the single.
Yeah, just 1 behind now. Hampshire, 211 all out, plays 210 for 6. So there will be a lead, But how big is that lead going to be? And that is going to be a crucial question come the end of the match. His first innings setting the scene. Donald still there. I mean, the lead could be, if he can ride his luck some more, could be fairly useful in a lowish scoring game. Keep mentioning a 50-run lead. I think Hampshire would be pretty pleased with that.
I'm sure they would, given the state of things when play started this morning. Just lost the 1 wicket in this session so far.
It's a 58-run partnership already. 152 for 6 when the wicket fell.
Yeah, it's not far short of the highest partnership of the innings.
No. No, what was that?
That was the second wicket one.
Holland and Gubbins together, yeah. Making, what was that, 69? Is that right?
Yes, it's one of those awkward figures, isn't it? Doing a complicated minus sum.
Yeah, 69 runs. Oh, and we will see some spin here.
The attack from the river end, Jack Leach.
First time in the innings.
First time in the innings. Yeah, first time we'll get an eye of Jack Leach off the back of his 8 wickets, including a 5-fer in Bristol.
And interesting to see how the pitch responds as well.
His last championship match before the test at Lord's, first test of the summer against New Zealand, which I notice Guy Lavender, former chief exec here, who's now in charge of the MCC, has mentioned that it's going to be a Jubilee-themed match, and that the press box there, in a famous egg-shaped press box, is going to be wrapped in a big Union flag.
It will need to be big.
Yeah, so keep an eye on out for clips or TV. There'll be various bits live and highlights and things. Keep an eye out for those. Crowd being encouraged to wear red, white and blue to that one, apparently. Leach would very much like to be involved. He'd like to be wearing white, ideally.
Yeah, Lord's is always special, but extra so then.
It'll be Barker facing up. Oh, he's gone big here. High as well. And it's all the way. Taking on Leach first ball. And that is now the lead as well for Hampshire. 216, they lead by 5. Leach getting a bit of punishment first ball there. Moving his feet well, Keith Barker. Now, I'm sure Leach doesn't want to see balls sailing away for 6, but he might not mind that. Barker's looking to attack. Let's see what happens this time. Reversed. And this one will be swept all the way to the boundary. It's another 4 runs.
Good thinking from Keith Barker
Very
as well.
good.
Totally different stroke.
Yeah,
But,
hard.
10 off the first 2 deliveries.
Hard to bowl at when you've had first one. Quite a classic looking coming down the pitch and driving over your head. And then the next one, reverse swept. Bit of pressure here on Leach now. 10 off his first 2 balls. Got a short leg in. This one is up in the air and gone. How about that? 10 runs off your first 2 balls. Barker could not keep that one out as he plays it fairly easily to a shortish mid-wicket. And Leach gets his man. 10 runs. I did say he might not mind an attacking mindset for Barker, and actually that's what's got done for him. Leach getting his man after being played for 6 for wicket. What an eventful over so far.
Yeah, spot on, Charlie, about not minding as well. I'm sure he would have settled for figures of 1 for 10 from his first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, it's a funny old game, cricket, isn't it? Batter dominating first 2 balls, and the bowler, well, someone of Jack Leach's class like that, you've got to be very brave to take on Jack Leach. And Barker, not a specialist batter, got away with a couple. In the end, Leach too good. Perhaps just dropping it a little bit shorter than he was expecting.
Yeah,
And Barker not able to get a full movement onto the ball.
Yeah, cramped for room. Having played those 2 strokes very well, really, committed to the drive and then the reverse sweep. But now he is back in the Andy Caddick Pavilion. from whom will emerge, if he's as billed on the scorecard, James Fuller.
James Fuller, useful with the bat, certainly. Somerset fans will remember that one-day cup final at Lords. He played very well. It looked like Gloucestershire were going to fade away for around 200, but he got them up to 240.
It's a much-needed wicket for Somerset.
It's a big moment in the game. And who do you turn to? You turn to England's #1 spinner, who, yes, 10 runs leaked, but actually perhaps that was what really gave him the chance to take the wicket. If I were a Hampshire fan, I think I might be a little frustrated. You just scored 10 off Jack Leach. Do you really need to go after the third ball? I think I would be a little frustrated with Barker there, but he played nicely, really, for his 36. Just got perhaps too carried away after 2 successes against Jack Leach. So it will be James Fuller, who's right-handed, because Leach enjoys playing towards the left-handed batters, but certainly won't matter to him too much that it's a right-hander coming in. That one just push forwards there. They come through for a single as well. There's gap enough for that. So the lead is 9 with 3 wickets remaining. Very keen to keep that lead as low as possible. Moves away, gives himself some room there. Donald tries to sort of drive it into the covers, but Lammonby stops it.
Keith Barker faced 47 deliveries for his 36, 1-6 and 4 fours.
In the air to Hildreth there, but just drops in front of him. Yeah, it's pretty good that, isn't it, really, given the context of the game. The fact that they were just chasing 211, so a 36 from your number 8 is certainly not to be sniffed at.
More than handy.
Well, he overtook Donald with those 10 runs, actually, hasn't he? Donald's on 35, Barker was out for 36. So
a strike rate of 76.5
very
by the
useful.
time he was out, boosted by those last 2 deliveries.
Does help
before.
if you score your last 2, yeah, last 2 for 10 after getting out. So 6-4, wicket, single, ... I mean, that is that's an over of 2 halves there.
Still to be Lewis Gregory from our end, the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Splendid view from up here over the ground and parts of Taunton beyond, including the station.
Well, that's all changed at the station, this end of the station now.
It is.
Very smart.
Sun's trying to come out as well. It's as bright as it's been today.
Yeah, it's not quite full direct sunlight. There's some quite high cloud making it a little hazy, but certainly very pleasant day here. Much better than we had yesterday. Well, we hadn't had any play by this point yesterday. We're making up for that today, so lunchtime will be 10 minutes later than normal, 1:10 if you're planning when to make your sandwiches. Most of my life is based around planning when to make sandwiches. A few Somerset flags out in the balconies today, in the flats.
Not in full control of that, but we'll get away with it and take a single.
I think that's quite generous, Stephen. Not in full control of it. I think he's pretty much skewed that one. Doesn't look like he's in perfect form with the bat yet, is Fuller, but he can certainly do some damage here. But not if he plays like that, he won't last too much longer.
To move on. You mentioned the different view of the station. There's big multi-storey car park that's gone up there in the last year or two.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. It's,
it's not the most attractive thing that we're looking at, is it?
No. No, I mean, the Quantocks are sort of attracting my eye much more than...
They're deeply beautiful.
Yeah, the big black car park that they've built next to the station.
impassioned appeal, but not out is the response.
He'd come down the wicket a bit there, hadn't he, Donald? So I wonder if that might have helped Ian Blackwell make a decision.
Yeah, the Quantock's one of the many pleasant aspects. It's nice the way it nestles this ground with the Quantocks beyond, and bang in the middle of town, really.
Yeah, one of the great things about this ground. Lots to love. Lots to love about Taunton, but when you go around to some of the other grounds, you realise actually how lucky we are in Somerset. Not be the biggest. Might not host men's test matches. Of course, we've got the women's test match here. But, be sort of hosting those games where you see 30,000 in a day at Old Trafford or more at the Oval. But a lot to love about this ground here. As far as county cricket goes, I don't think it gets any better for me. Some great grounds around the county, around the country, but this is up there.
There's going to be a couple here for Donald. I don't think it's quite got the legs to reach the boundary. And we'll be doing the fielding. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Charlie. New Road's a lovely ground.
Lovely.
On a similar basis, in that it's not a test ground, and it's not a stadium in any way, but beautiful.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to do a couple of commentaries in Worcester. Always love a trip to New Road. Again, in a lovely part of the city. I mean, the cathedral over the, looking over the River Severn and then the ground. But again, you know, Riverside ground, quite a few of them in cricket actually, aren't there? Riverside grounds, such as here in Worcester. Cardiff, another one.
And indeed, Chesterley Street.
Chesterley Street is named Riverside, isn't it? So I must admit, not been to the ground. I was on a train through Chesterley Street a couple of weekends ago, but didn't see the ground. Kept an eye out, but couldn't see it. As Leach will continue then, wicket in his last over. I'll stop there.
I went there to do a game, an international actually, one day, which was completely washed out.
Oh.
It was a long way to go.
Yeah, it is a long way. Yeah, Somerset haven't made many trips to Durham for a long time now, really. The odd one here and there, but
the other thing I remember about that trip is that I overshot. I went too far on the motorway and realised this was the case when I
welcome to Scotland,
Angel of the North.
Oh.
Not quite Scotland.
No. Yeah, well, I spotted that from the train as well. Angel of the North. You sort of, yeah. I'd never been that way before. Never been up to Newcastle before. You sort of see the Angel of the North from your window of the train. You think, ooh, we really are here now. Long way up. Leach in. And again, this is swept, or guided really, rather than anything else, towards the boundary. There's a chase on. Josh Davey will just get there. Well, saving runs could be very useful indeed. So Josh Davey, when he runs, never looks like he's going particularly fast. He sort of has the way he runs sort of looks like
he bounds.
Yeah, he does. That's a great word for it. But he got there. Whereas when you see someone like Lallenby, looks like they're going fast. He's not able to get on that one. He tried, but not close enough.
No, he did really well, Josh Davey, because it looked like the ball was winning almost throughout the chase, and he just got there.
Just moving the sweeper on the leg side boundary around a little. There's Gregory out there. Comes Leach. Using his feet here is Donald, driving it back towards the bowler. He'll come through just for a single because long off will bring it in. End of another Leach over. A few people on the benches at the top of the retirement flats over to our left. Sun out now. There's a lead now for Hampshire of 19. I'm going to leave you with Stephen Lamb, who will continue to bring you coverage. And we'll bring in Ian Shepherd, who will take over from me, bring us the next few overs.
Thanks, Charlie.
Into the attack from the Marcus
Say it's been
Josh David.
Hampshire's morning. They've lost the 2 wickets, but they have polished off the deficit in the meantime. They've got a lead of 19 runs. And we're going to have a change. Josh Davies coming back to replace Lewis Gregory at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Bowled previous spell from the River end. Ian, morning. Nice to see you.
Yeah, good morning, Stephen. Lovely to see Jack Leach pick up that wicket of Keith Barker a couple of overs ago, especially after he dispatched him for 6 over long off the ball before, and then a reverse sweep. I'm not quite sure what shot he was trying to play. It didn't look like one in the textbook to me.
Bit of a nothing shot in the end.
It was, yeah. So
After an ominous start.
It was, yes. I missed the first wicket. I was stuck in traffic travelling up. Doesn't help that Firepool car park seems to be permanently closed. Trying to negotiate my way around Cannon Street, trying to find a space. So lead in 19 here for Hampshire. 3 wickets remaining in a low-scoring game. I think that's... It'll be in Somerset's interest to not have that develop into anything, above... What do you think a manageable lead is around here? Maybe 40, 50?
Yeah. It's not been without its frustrations for Somerset this morning. There's another gorgeous cover drive for nothing at all from Aaron Donald.
Yeah, well picked up by Tom Lambie at cover. Yes, I missed the Craig Overton drop in, was it third slip gully region?
We didn't have a completely clear view of it, but it certainly looked like it just carried to him, and he was distraught on his back for a little while.
The body language generally tells you when one is carried or not.
More in defensive mode. We haven't seen all that much of that from Aaron Donald, but yeah, they've bowled pretty well, Somerset, this morning. It's been sort of both promising and frustrating in a way.
It has. One word that I generally like to use to describe this Somerset attack is relentless. When they're on song, they are absolutely battering that channel on or just around off stump. And the Hampshire bowlers on Thursday as well were excellent. It was very tricky scoring out there for the Somerset batsmen. It was moving around as well. There was a couple that beat the fellas outside the off stump, and they just swung late, and Ben Brown was unable to gather it down the leg side. So there's obviously there was some movement out there. Just chatting to the guys in the studio, they reckon the pitch may have just calmed down a little bit over the last sort of couple of days. Obviously not much play at all yesterday with the weather.
Yeah, the economy rates of the Hampshire attack were very impressive.
Somerset's as well. What do you know? 230 from 74. It was been slightly skewed by. There was a little period yesterday evening where Lewis Gregory was getting the edge through the slips for 4, and that 10 off the Jack Leach over from Keith Barker would have skewed that as well. But Somerset as well kept it really tight yesterday. Sort of going. I don't think anybody was going over sort of 2.5, 2.6 and over. Just goes to show what excellent bowling attacks both these sides have. As neither innings has been easy for the batters. Always a celeb appeal from Davey.
The way that moved, it almost looked like he got an outside edge on it.
It did. Ian Blackwell, the only raising of their hands that Blackwell's going to do is to give Josh Davey his cap back. But yeah, from where Steve Davis took it, moving across to his right in front of Hildreth at first slip, you just look at the replay, it's almost celebrating a Jaffa rather than the wicket, Josh Davey.
Eyes can deceive. I thoroughly enjoy your podcast, Ian.
Thank you, Stephen. It's been I think we're up to about 55 episodes now. and figures seem to be going up rather than down. So we must be doing something right.
And also, it's come through the sort of sense of relief I think that we've all had after the poor start to the season.
Yeah,
the way Somerset have come back.
Yeah, it was getting very Groundhog Day recording sort of 7 episodes in a row of Somerset losing a game of Championship cricket, but the reasons were there for each of those 3 losses, certainly at the start of this season. Hampshire, we had half the squad out. The Essex pitch was a bit of a minefield. That one could have gone either way. And Surrey are at the top of the Championship, and we really took them close down at the Oval. So
there were signs, weren't there, in those 2 results?
Yeah, definitely.
The Essex result and the Oval one.
Yeah, I mean, the first game down at the Ageas Bowl, that really wasn't Somerset.
Was it 8 players who would have played if they'd been fit or available and couldn't?
There was 8, yeah, and the 9th was Sonny Baker, who wouldn't have been in the squad. But yeah, Renshaw, Overton and Leach rested, Gregory had COVID, Bartlett had a shoulder injury, Banton had a damaged finger, Davey was still coming back from his groin up, I think. So it was
troubles in battalions.
Well, I suppose get that one out the way first game of the season. You'd rather have it then than last game of the season when you're hopefully, touch wood.
And Hampshire are a much fancied side as well.
They are, yes. We've always had good games against Hampshire. Down here last year was a really good game. Obviously we beat them by 10 wickets down at the Ageas Bowl last year. And the year before that, was it the year before that, 2019, where Kyle Abbott put in that performance which saw him named Essex's Player of the Month.
I was there. Looking on rather grimly.
It was, yeah. Bowled us out twice pretty much by himself.
He did bowl superbly.
He's a fantastic bowler, and he was just on song for those 4 days. Didn't really have an answer to it.
Yeah.
So what have we got in the field? I've got third man, fine leg, deep square. And that's Jack Leach at a shortish mid wicket, possibly catching. Mid on, mid off cover, and Davey comes in. That's another swipe. Really lost his shape with that one.
That was no sort of a stroke.
No, that wasn't a we need to eke out 40 runs and put the hard yards in. That was trying to smash it up for a potential declaration. Fuller just completely lost his shape there.
So 55 editions.
55, yeah.
So when did it start? Where does it go back to?
It started during lockdown. Sort of just as the Bob Willis Trophy started.
That's better. Off the middle.
Much more technically correct.
No wrong.
Yeah, so it's myself, got Steve Tancock on there, Dan Kingdom, and the voice of cricket on BBC Radio Somerset, who I can't quite see down in his commentary cabin, down to the right there, Anthony Gibson.
My neck, I just can.
So yeah, so we record every week, and we really just talk about what's going on with Somerset, and have a couple of siders while we're on the air, or on recording, and let's have a bit of a laugh, really. It's good fun. So yeah, been doing it every Monday night throughout the season. We'll have to work out the schedule for the Blast games to see when everyone's available, but yeah, it's good fun. Had some good feedback from it, so yeah, everything's going well.
I'd certainly recommend it, and it's been one of the nice things actually about podcasts. When you specialise, have a particular interest, there's more scope. They've given more scope.
Yes, definitely. And we aren't constrained by any. And it's a lovely shot, well fielded by Davey.
Yeah, must have hurt his hand. Not too bad though. Got it into the palm, okay.
Yes, it wasn't on the end of the finger. That's where it really can start to be to get a bit sore.
But it's been another thing. I'm sort of looking back over the years, and in terms of what you can watch or listen to, broadcast-wise, it was really quite limited at the outset, and now there's so much more.
There is, yeah. There's such low barriers to entry for doing your own podcast or YouTube channel, or even amateur cricket clubs setting up their own live stream, and all the technology's just become so available, and you've only, you've just got to get everybody together on a Zoom call, hit record, and then upload it, and you're done. It's really simple to do, and you can reach that worldwide audience without having to spend much at all.
Yeah, and it's similarly, the technology has helped this live stream can
Absolutely.
do so much more, and so much more reasonably as well.
Yeah, this wouldn't have been possible, 10 years ago. It was. It started off using the fixed analysis cameras, didn't it? Then there's
just one at
keep
each
an
end.
eagle eye out. Yeah, so you can see it just on the railing on the Ian Botham stand in front of one of the hospitality boxes there. I'm not quite sure where the one is at this end, but I think somebody had the bright idea just to say, "What? We've got this live feed of the game, and we've got radio commentary going on. So why don't we just marry the two up and pop it through to YouTube?" And then it's just gradually, sort of incrementally built on all of that.
The slow-mo cameras come in.
The slow-mo cameras come in, yeah. It's something
tremendous.
Something new comes in every year. It just gets a little bit better year on year on year.
And yes, I should say thanks, we do every now and again, to WPA. You can see their logo in the top right-hand corner of the screen for their help with that.
Absolutely.
It's probably, the camera at this end is probably at the extreme end of the terrace below us, I would guess.
I would guess, yeah. You can just see it above the S of Cooper Associates in front of that second door. Yeah, the second box in.
It's quite well over to our left, the wicket in this game, over towards the Somerset stand. Much further over, you'd have to be in St James Church Tower.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they'd pop it if they were a bit further over, but I don't think they do go much further over for championship games. Lead is stretched up to 20 now. Donald's played well for his 41. And we have 2 overs and 5 balls until the new ball, Stephen, which could be crucial.
Yes, Leach. Presumably make way some turn there for him though. Turn and bounce, I fancy. We can have another look at that. Certainly a suspicious prod or two of the pitch. Shot followed up by a sweep, which is going to go all the way down to the boundary at deep backward square. One for 22. Jack Leach's figures. Bear in mind, if they look expensive, that 10 came off the first 2 deliveries.
They did.
And he followed up with a wicket. So I don't think much doubt that they'd take the new ball.
I would have thought it's a no-brainer. It's a lap. Lewis Gregory can't quite complete the stop, tumbling across from slip. Josh Davey tidies up. Yeah, if we can, I say we, Craig Overton and Peter Siddle can go bang, bang, bang with that new ball.
Yeah, they would then keep that lead within reasonably manageable
limit that lead
proportions.
to 30-40, then it really is game on. Man out at long off, that'll just be a single.
We had a bit of sunshine earlier. It seems to have made way, disappeared rather, behind the clouds. Forecast was for cloudy all day today, but no rain in amongst that.
That's just what we want to hear. Here's Leach again. That was a bit quicker. Fired in Yorker length to Fuller. And Jack Leach finishes his 4th over. Yeah, 1 for 25. And take out those first two shots from Keith Barker. Not too disrespectful figures at all. On a pitch which, has to be said, hasn't really given him much. Didn't give Liam Dawson much either in that first innings. Craig Overton took him for a couple of sixes in his first over, so not really a game for the left arm spinners.
going to be the right arm of Josh Davey to continue. Aaron Donald is on strike. And that will make him the equal highest individual scorer of the innings. Goes on to 49, Donald. He goes up to 28. Defensive mode. Played for Gloucestershire a few seasons ago, and then went to Middlesex, James Fuller, before joining Hampshire. Defence.
Yeah, a couple of wickets for James Fuller in that first innings. Lewis Gregory and Peter Siddle. So we can see Tractor Driver. There he is. He's in his new customary spot in the bottom right of block 1 of the Somerset stand. Very subdued this morning. There's Tractor Driver. Fuller.
Now we were wondering,
really time that one.
wondering earlier whether he might resume or go to a new position down by the reconstituted Gimblets Hill.
Yeah, just it's quite nice being up here because you can kind of see down into it and the progress that they're making with it. So it probably looks about a third done. I think they finished about a third of the
main brickwork,
the flooring on there.
Looks
yeah,
to be completed.
This is that in the air.
It's going to fall safe. Out in the deep. Oh, there's a misfield there, which allows it to go over the boundary. Awkward bounce.
It's Tom Banton out there.
Yeah, he's disappointed with himself, but it was a little bit awkward.
Never really quite got to it, did he?
Should really have been stopped. 239 for 7.
Oh, Davey beats him. Look at that, beats him on the inside edge.
Yeah, that was a good delivery to end the over. So 1 over remaining with the old ball. The scoreboard's got slightly behind. Suddenly thought we were only halfway through.
There we go.
But it's gone 4, 5, 6 now.
And I think it'll be a safety first approach from an Aaron Donald for this Jack Leach over. He plays a rash shot here and gets out before that second new ball. I would imagine he'd need to find a quiet corner of the dressing room.
And speak to no one.
Exactly. Far away from captain and coach.
Circumspectly played. First ball of Leach's 5th over. 1 for 25, his figures.
It's quick singles.
It's a single sent back.
Oh, it's a wayward throw.
Wayward throw. I think he would have been home.
I think he would have as well. It was that's Lammerby, so he's yeah. It was to Lammerby's left. He is the left-handed thrower. Good awareness by Josh Davey just to get round and prevent any damage.
Yes, you sense a universal expectation of the new cherry.
You do. Well, that was not a very circumspect shot.
Not quite what we had in mind.
It's not, no. Who's that down there? Is that Renshaw down there at long
It's
on?
taken to his 50 from Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald, 50. Came off 74 balls and included 5 fours.
74 balls and 5 fours. You may have heard on the public address
Yes,
there.
Mark Tyler down there, keeping us all up to date.
Not chanceless. Missed at third stroke, fourth slip. But still there, Donald. First half century of the innings. Lead now is 33 for Hampshire.
It's got a little bit brighter in the last few minutes. The Quantocks looking a little bit more clearer away to the north there.
Yeah, they're quite a good gauge, aren't they?
Yeah.
You see the mist and fog rolling in, you know you could be in trouble.
Definitely, and well, I don't think you need to be Mystic Meg to predict that Craig Overton is going to take the new ball from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Hands his sweater to Ian Blackwell. A few words of advice and encouragement from Captain Tom Abel as they discuss what fielding positions will be occupied.
There's a little view of the Quantocks just going along, and the ball, in the meantime, the new ball, has been brandished by Ian Blackwell above his head. So they're not hanging about.
It's the saying about the Quantocks. If you can't see them, it's raining, and if you can see them, it's about to rain. It's going to rain very soon.
I think we should be okay today. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, the only dodgy day for this match was Friday. Forecast did improve throughout the week, though. It was looking pretty dodgy for most of the days of this game, but touch wood, we should be okay for today and whatever play we get tomorrow. So just a couple of slips in the gully then. Attacking fielders for Craig Overton, who's in first ball with this new ball. That's tucked away by Donald for a couple. Banton sprints in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. Keeps it to a couple. Lead now up to 35, so getting a little close to our 40 to 50, Stephen. Here is Overton again, and that's tucked away again. Again, it's going to be Banton. It has to be quick, but throw goes into the bowler's end, and Fuller is comfortably home.
Yeah, another delivery played with a relative comfort by the batter. But Overton getting into his stride.
Just hasn't quite found his line with those first couple of balls. A little bit too straight. Normally at his best when he's ploughing that furrow off stump, 4 stump, 5th stump. That's well feeling. Sticks the sides 12 out. It's well timed from Donald.
No need to lean down.
Absolutely. And well, Overton's just thrown the ball back to Ian Blackwell. We are using the new batch of balls, aren't we?
We are, and he's less than fully enamoured with it, it appears. He was tremendous against Warwickshire, wasn't he?
He was. Again, that's 2 leg sideish from Overton. Another couple to Donald.
And the Essex game as well.
Essex, yeah, absolutely fantastic. I was on a plane back from Tenerife the Saturday evening of that game, so I literally had my phone in the queue to get on the aeroplane till the very, very last second. I had to switch it off just as we took those 3 quick wickets just after resumption on that Saturday morning, and landed at Bristol at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Got my phone switched back on, got the data, and then just saw the ECB apps, the notifications from the ECB app coming through. It ended with Essex win by 1 wicket. So that one just looked to bounce a little bit on an Aaron Donald there. Dealt with it well, just steered it down to third man.
It was so close to being an absolutely sensational victory.
It would have been. Just goes back to what we were saying earlier about those 3 losses at the start of the campaign. That could, you know, a run here, a leg by save there. It's all very crucial. That's a better line from Overton on the off stump. So 7 from the first over with the new ball. I'm not sure that would have been in the script, but we'll see Peter Siddle sharing this new ball with Overton from the river end.
My seat for a little while, Ian. Nice to see you.
You too, absolutely, Stephen.
I shall leave you in the company of Charlie Taylor.
From the river end, Peter Siddle.
And welcome back to Charlie Taylor.
Thanks, Shep. Great to see you.
You too.
Important day in the county championship at Taunton. It'll be Siddle, not surprising, taking the new ball from the other end. 251 for 7, so we've got another batting point on the board for Hampshire, who now have picked up a second batting point. They move on to 5 points overall so far, if you're keeping track of those. And it does make a difference. Doesn't feel like it at the start of the season, but they all do add up, and actually you can pick up a lot of points throughout a season, just from bonuses. I bowled him! Great first ball from Peter Siddle. Donald's gone. He was looking dangerous on 57, but Peter Siddle, experience comes in, and there's a stump out of the ground. Let's take a look at that again.
Yeah, Peter Siddle's first ball with the new ball.
Nice leg stump, is it, out of the ground?
Yeah. Late swing in from Siddle. Donald was looking set on 57, and to be comprehensively dealt with like that is a testament to the skill and the attitude of Peter Siddle. What a good signing he's been for Somerset this season. He's got 3 wickets now, 3 for 63.
Change in the commentary box worked wonders.
Absolutely, Charlie.
I'd like to take full credit for that one, obviously. First ball.
Yeah.
But no, what a great delivery that was. That's one to look back on and enjoy. And that's the first bowled that Somerset have managed this innings. They've had a few LBW catches, but first one clean bowled. Peter Siddle doing the business. So just this second over with the new ball already making a difference. Great to see the back of Donald. I'm also very pleased for him, having scored a half century. I think that'll be a really good thing for Hampshire. He's a great player, and Aaron Donald. Been plagued with injury, but 57 has just spent a bit of time on the balcony below us. A few Hampshire fans there who were very pleased to see someone coming back into form, having been through such a horrible time last year or so.
Yeah, strong batting lineup for Hampshire with a player like Donald coming in at 7. This is Kyle Abbott, who's coming in at number 10 for Hampshire.
I mean, they bat deep, don't they, Hampshire?
And they do. And of course, Saturday, the moving day of a test match. I think it's going to be moving day for this game. You get the feeling that at close of play tonight we're going to have a fairly good idea of what the result of this match is going to be.
Well, lead of 40 at the moment. That could be quite telling. Somerset will have to bat well just to get to level terms without being any wickets down. A couple of slips in then. Oh, that's a great ball again. Abbott missing out on that one, just trying to get towards it. No edge as it goes through to Steve Davies. Oh dear, Siddle on fire here with the new ball.
I've got a mistake. You're going to get these two confused with the Dayglow neon on Kyle Abbott's bat and gloves and his back grip.
Yeah, he's gone for orange, bright orange. It's like high vis, isn't it? Can't take your eyes off Siddle at the moment.
He's
Full of ball.
Looking for that Yorker. He's really steaming in, isn't he?
What a signing. He's been brilliant for Somerset in the games he's played. I don't think that comes as a surprise to anyone. Particular Essex fans will know just how good he is, but an experienced veteran of the game. He's been quite clear at the start of the season, saying it's probably his last year in county cricket. Loves playing county cricket. He's talked about it on his social media a few times. Loves playing cricket here in England.
Yeah, presented his county cap by Andy Caddick in the lunch break on Thursday.
Yeah, lovely moment that, wasn't it? Two England greats, two Australian, well, certainly Siddle's a great. Renshaw making his name in the game, isn't he? He's still a young player.
Yeah, Renshaw getting his cap from Marcus Driscoll-Thick, whose pavilion we are sat in at the moment.
4 players who've done a lot for Somerset. Marcus Driscoll-Thick's workload that he did for Somerset is just, when you think about it, unbelievable, really. In comes Siddle again then, and not sure what to do with it here, Abbott, just keeping it out.
A little bit turned round there.
Yeah.
A bit squared up.
Let's take a look at this Peter Siddle wicket then. First ball of this over, this was. Full length, and yet knocking leg stump, coming in nicely off the pitch there, wasn't it? Bit of movement.
Looks like it beat Donald for pace a little bit as well. He was a little bit late on the shot.
Yeah. First ball of a new bowler.
Yeah, Siddle raring to go. No looseners.
And that one has come off a leg. I don't think that was a chance, was it? Let's have another look at that. I think it came off.
I thought it was
pad.
Thigh pad.
In the end, it wasn't taken in the slips. Let's just take a look at that again. It's going to be from behind here. No, I don't think there was enough of disappointment after the drop.
No, there was no double teapots from anybody.
No, and I think Siddle would make it known if he was about to get a second wicket in an over. But great first over with the new ball for Siddle. It's the second over with the ball overall because Craig Overton has been here. Shep, been lovely having you on. Thank you very much. Look forward to hopefully seeing you again at some point.
Yep, I'm going to hopefully 4 minutes to 1, so I can just about beat the lunchtime rush.
There we go. See, look, we're good to you, really. Thanks very much, Ian Shepherd there from the Bright Side of Life podcast. You can find it on your podcast services. 251 for 8 now as Craig Overton comes in. Oh, it's driven in the air straight over his head. It's a lovely straight drive for 4 runs. Nicely timed by Fuller, former Gloucestershire man, punishing Somerset here. And Overton will have to come back and do that one. Try and improve on it in just a moment. Very pleased to say that alongside me here in the commentary box, we welcome Leighton, who's from Wemden Cricket Club. Leighton, good to have you here.
Good afternoon, you okay?
Yeah, very good, thank you. We'll come and talk about what Leighton does at Wemden because he's got an interesting story to tell, but we'll just see what Craig Overton can offer up here after being driven for 4 over his head. Here, just turn into the leg side for a single. So Fuller comes through for that. So what do you make of the way this game's set up, Leighton? Currently the lead for Hampshire, 44.
Yeah, it's going very nicely for Somerset. Unfortunately, missed both wickets. I was doing something, but gutted. But yeah, going the right way, I think.
Dramatic wicket for Peter Siddle in that last over, ripping out leg stump as it came in off the pitch, a bit moved in. Overton then. Oh, is the big call? It's gone. Yeah, it looked plumb to me.
Easy.
Fuller has gone as well. 2 wickets in 2 overs now for Somerset, and that new ball doing the job. 255 for 9, and Fuller gone. So we've got 2 batters who'll be on naught as Abbas will come in to join Abbott. Abbas, who is probably the only player in this Hampshire side who says no real batting quality there, but Hampshire do bat deep, so try and keep Abbas on strike, I should think. In this gap, Leighton, I'll have a look at the replay in a minute, but in this gap, just tell us what your role is within Wemden as part of what the foundation does.
So I've been at Wemden since probably the age of 10, but yeah, following the lockdown, the Somerset Foundation had offered a role of a wellbeing and a mental health ambassador last year, which has formally changed to the Wellbeing Champion this year. And our job is to try and reduce and remove the stigma around mental health, but also just spark and open up conversations around wellbeing, and just be there really, and just have a voice for the people that may need it, but also be there for those that need it also.
Really important work you're doing. We'll come and talk about the sorts of things that might mean day to day and what you do, and how the club might help out, because cricket, we talk about cricket family, don't we, in not just in Somerset but around the country, and every county will have its cricket family where we look out for each other. That's the idea anyway. But of course, mental health is something that can affect anyone, absolutely anyone, and there's all different reasons as well. Don't have to be in certain types of situations to feel anxious or depressed or whatever else it is. It can affect anyone at any time. So, Leighton doing some good work. I'll just update you on what's going on in front of us. Abbas has come in. The scoreboard wasn't quite updated. It was actually Abbott who was on strike, who was giving out LBW there rather than Fuller. As Overton comes in, and Abbas is just trying to get out of the way of that one, which I think is pretty much what I'd be doing if Craig Overton came running into me. So it's Abbott who was out, not Fuller. So it's Fuller and Abbas at the crease together. So Abbott back in the pavilion for no runs. 256 for 9. So we'll wait for the end of this Craig Overton delivery. 3 slips in place to Abbas. Overton will sniff a wicket here. Getting the bat down just in time there. Abbas in front of his stumps. So what sorts of things might that be, being a well-being officer like that for someone? Would people come to you? Would you be asking questions to people even if they're not coming out?
So our role is to generally raise awareness. So within our clubs, we kind of raise the fact that we are there for people if they want to, but also signpost them if necessary.
Overton in, Fuller, and again digging this one out is Abbas. Doing well though, but holding on while Fuller's at the other end. He could still add a few more runs to this total. So what sort of things, when you're raising awareness, how does that sort of take shape? Obviously it's around your cricket matches, I guess. I'm imagining there's probably a Wemden Cricket Club WhatsApp group, that sort of stuff. Well, how do you do it?
So we try and raise awareness within the clubs through signposting the club, through posters. Last year we had several events. We did the Mine Walk, which raised over £2,000, where most of our club got together, completed the Mine Walk. But anything we can that we can jump on the bandwagon of raising awareness or raising money for charities that need that help and support. So
great stuff. Well, it's really important. And Peter Siddle will carry on here, picking up a wicket in his last over. Can we have 3 consecutive overs with wickets? Fuller is on strike, and digging this one out. Fuller again from Siddle as well. And you're not the only one doing this, are you? There are people across Somerset doing this.
So following like the trial last year, it was really successful. So the Somerset Foundation have, I believe, over 20 cricket clubs across the county now, which I think is fantastic, because if 20 clubs have someone to go to, then it makes the club a better place to be.
Siddle in, and this one driven, not particularly well, picking out the fielder at long on, and they decide against the single, and the fielder's allowing them the time, but they say no, we're going to keep Fuller on strike, thanks very much. Understandable. Abbas not known for his batting.
Bet on myself.
I know you're off to play soon, aren't you? So we can't hold you up too much, but
that's fine. I've
spoken to teams before on the podcast I do for Radio Somerset about mental health issues and how important it is. Siddle coming in again. Dug out, straight back towards the bowler again. They turned down the single. He won't mind this on his figures, Siddle, although he'd probably fancy a go at Abbas. But I've spoken to clubs in Somerset, one in particular, who lost one of their members through mental health issues. And you can see the impact, a lot of them thinking, and there's almost a feeling of guilt on themselves because they felt, well, was it our fault? And you can't go around blaming yourself for problems like that. But to know about the problems and to maybe know what you're looking for in others could be really helpful. As Fuller is in, big swipe at this one. It goes up in the air and into the river stand. I've lost sight of it. It's gone over right at the top of the river stand, about 3 rows from the back. Huge shot from Fuller, and we saw this a little bit in the One Day Cup final. He scored quite a few sixes in that game in a losing cause. But great shot there. Big swipe across the line as well.
It's big.
Yeah, big shot. I wish I could hit like that. So raising awareness, obviously, it's massively important. Siddle's already back to his mark. Bowling at Fuller, who's now moved on to 20 with that 6. And it's a Yorker, which Fuller deals with well. So when you're talking to people about what they're looking out for, I mean, have you learnt a lot from this?
Yes, definitely. Through our training with Mind in Somerset, we're made aware of things that we can look out for. But we've recently, a lot of clubs have worked with Open Up Cricket, which is a guy that unfortunately lost his friend at his cricket club, but is doing some fantastic work to raise awareness for things that we can support and try and support those.
Really important work. This one is fired back again, another swipe, not particularly pleasant looking, but he'll bring in 4 runs from Fuller as it goes towards the long on boundary for another 4. So he moves up to 24. 266. The lead now has moved on to 55. Very useful runs here for Hampshire to have that lead going into it. So you've learnt about for yourself about what to look out for. So have you been noticing things within, maybe not just in the club, because I mean these are skills you can take to the rest of your life, aren't they?
So yeah, within our club, a lot more people are open to speak about mental health, and I've had people tell me personal stories, which is fantastic because it takes great strength and courage to even talk about it.
Absolutely. Overton in. Is there an edge? No. It's Abbas on strike. Overton will fancy cleaning up Abbas at some point in this over for sure. Do you feel people are now more open about it? Do you feel that in the last sort of 10 years, maybe 5-10 years, people do feel more confident about coming out?
Yeah, I think it more than ever now it shows, like I said, strength and courage. So people are brave enough to talk about it. And it just, again, if people share their stories, it allows other people to think it's okay to do so as well.
Overton in, defended well by Abbas, who thinks about getting off the mark, but not able to do it. How much does it help someone like, let's say, the New England captain, Ben Stokes, took a big break from cricket recently, didn't he, after being in a lot of bubbles with England and travelling around the world? How important is him that he came out when he was willing to say something like, I need to give myself a break here because it's not a physical injury, but actually I need to give myself time to heal mentally. Come on, I'll answer that in a second. Overton is in. And this one is down the leg side, Abbas, just getting out of the way of it more than anything else. How important was someone like that doing that?
I think, I think that's what we need more, leaders, people to come out and speak about their mental health, because people do need a break and people can have a break. It's acceptable to have a break, and to have someone right at the top to come out and say, I need a break, I think that's huge. And it just gives people that someone to look up to.
Overton. It's a bouncer, and Abbas is already ducking underneath it before it's left Overton's hand, it seems. This is, wow, we're seeing a bit of a mismatch in capabilities here. Abbas will be very pleased to have ball in hand diving in at Craig Overton, but perhaps not so much the other way. This is the bravery that you see from some of these players who really don't offer anything with the bat, but you've still got to go out there. You don't see, opening batters being forced to bowl, do you? But the opening bowlers have to come out, bat in hand. In comes Overton, and defended nicely. Getting behind it, straight bat, very good, Abbas. But now looking at Ben Stokes, just keeping that example in hand, is that he's come back from that break.
Exactly.
And he's looking great. He scored those 17 sixes in an innings, wasn't it, for Durham, now the England captain. It just shows actually it doesn't, although there's probably still some stigma which needs to be removed. Actually, the fact he's been made England captain shows that faith and that understanding that businesses, organisations have now. Another shorter ball. Overton's really disgusted with himself not picking up a wicket there, kicks the turf. So, and that as well is important, isn't it, to see businesses, employers saying, well, actually, we take into account that it's important to look after our employees' mental health. And I think
people coming out, example of Stokesy, he obviously had help and support, and there is so much help and support. Working with charities myself, finding out, I had no idea how much support is actually out there, and there's so many great people that are there to help you. It's definitely been an eye-opener, but there's so much support out there, and it's great to see people are jumping on to open up about their mental health. And like I said, there's over 20 clubs in Somerset, and if cricket clubs become a healthy place to play cricket, it's going to be a great place to play cricket. Yeah, a lot of people will feel perhaps more comfortable talking about these things among their cricket teammates rather than family members. Sometimes it can be tricky to talk, can't it, to family members, but perhaps on a cricket field or after a game or something, as Siddle is in, defended by Fuller. Again, they turn down a single. Field is very widely spread here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fielders.
out on the boundary. They know they're not taking the singles. And Fuller is going to try and hit that boundary, possibly aerially as well. We saw it in the last time Siddle was bowling. So for people who want to find out more, then I guess the Cricket Foundation's a good place to go.
I think the Cricket Foundation's doing a great job. Them themselves are raising a lot of awareness.
Siddle in, that's a full toss, and it's turned down to long leg, who fields it. Josh Davey there, no run added.
Yeah, I think the Somerset Foundation are doing a great job and connecting with cricket clubs. There's so much support for us as wellbeing champions, and I think the wellbeing champions this year are doing a great job of sharing ideas, because I think if we can all get at it at one, it sends a very powerful message across the county.
Siddle once more to Fuller. Oh, straight over his head, in the air. Calls of catch it. Is it going to land safe between the fielders? Yes, it is. They'll come through for 2. Oh, frustrating for Siddle. Not only have there been runs there, no catch, but also it's an even number of runs that keeps Fuller on strike. Now, I suspect we might see an extra half an hour taken here, just because of Hampshire being 9 down. But I know you've got to go and play for Wemden. So tell us about who are you playing today?
We're playing Cutcombe seconds at home, but luckily we have a bit later start than everyone else, so I can.
Hence you're here with us.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Siddle in. Another one in the air. Now this looks takeable. Oh, it's a diving stop, but it's not going to be a catch. Bounce just in front of his Abel, I think, there.
Yeah.
Coming in. Close. Not quite there, and this is why the field is spread like that. Fuller knows his best chance. It's a funny old game, isn't it, cricket now? After all that battling and leaves and forward defensives that we've seen, we're now seeing almost a T20 style innings here from Fuller, looking for the boundaries. Well, look, good luck in your game today. How's the season started so far?
Yeah, it's been good. Availability's been strong this week, so it's great. But yeah, it's good. It's good to be back playing cricket. Yeah, and just seeing everyone back at the cricket club's nice.
Great stuff. Well, Leighton, been brilliant having you on with us.
Thank you very much.
Here on the live stream. Leighton from Wemden Cricket Club, a wellbeing champion, as Siddle comes in. Again, it's full, but Fuller can't make any contact on it. It's going down the leg side, so no shout for LBW. Thanks very much to Leighton spending some time with us today before he's going to go off and hopefully take a bag full of wickets for Wemden. Although not if you're playing for Cutcombe, it won't be so pleasing. It is 268 for 9. We're just reaching the end of what is the 86th over of this innings, and the new ball did a bit of a job for Somerset, cleared up a couple of wickets, but still 1 to go, and this is frustrating time out of the game and also frustrating runs being added. 57 the lead now. Siddle, who dramatically ripped out the leg stump of an Aaron Donald, is in again, and this one is played out into the leg side just for a single. Frustratingly on the last ball of that over, we'll keep Fuller on strike for the next one. And I think we will. I'd be surprised if we don't see this extra half hour taken yet. It does look like we're staying out there despite the fact we've gone past 10 past 1 now. Stephen Lamb is back alongside me.
Quite a session it's going to be.
It is 2 hours 40 minutes.
Unless they can polish it off in short order, which I still think they can.
They will certainly feel with Abbas there, if they can just get him on strike, that there's certainly... Although what's frustrating is that when this happens, you've got a bunny down one end, is that you're constantly trying to get him on strike. And actually, maybe you forget about trying to take the wicket in front of you. So Somerset got to remember that actually Fuller is certainly gettable as well. So the field's still fairly spread, but we saw 7 men on the boundary in the last over. There's the card. You can see Fuller there, not out, alongside Abbas, yet to get off the mark.
It's a handy lead this now for Hampshire, isn't it?
It certainly is. It certainly is. And that's going to take some real hard, because what you want to do is draw level with that before you lose a wicket. And that's going to take a lot of tough batting from Somerset's openers if they're going to do that.
Overton bowling to a widespread field. And there's a miscue. All just squirting out on the offside, off the thigh pad, I think. James Fuller. He was trying to hit that over the outfield.
Well, he's trying to do everything he can to score runs, doesn't he? Take what he can, especially even numbers of runs.
That was quite a painful blow. Don't think Craig Overton will mind too much. Just wants to polish this off with a fifer.
Well, he was cross in the last over that he didn't get a wicket against Abbas, but facing Fuller now.
another single turned down here. So that's pushed out into the big vacant mid-wicket area. Yeah, time added on to make up for that lost yesterday. We were due to lunch at 1:10. It could be, conceivably, be 20 to 2. That's up in the air and is over the top. It's going to be a maximum.
There's always a risk of Fuller doing this. He's a pretty destructive player, plays well in white ball cricket.
He's raced on to 33.
Very frustrating for Somerset, this. Last wicket stand. Well, I mean, it's calling it a stand, really. It's only one player doing the damage.
Yeah, it's his second 6. He's hit 3 4s as well, James Fuller. Up in the air again and out to deep mid-wicket. And again, the same methodology. No run taken. So 2 deliveries remaining. Will he look to take a single off this next one from Craigo?
64 runs the lead now.
Yes, that'll do nicely, says Fuller. Out to deep point. So 1 delivery for Abbas to negotiate as the field comes back in.
Put a few slips in, I should think, here. Hildreth hanging around. Looks like Renshaw's going into a cordon as well. Overton has 1 ball. He was cross with himself. He had 6 balls at Abbas in the last over. Didn't take the wicket. 1 ball here. What's he going to do?
No need for Abbas to play that, and Overton looks disappointed. Didn't quite get the radar right for that last delivery of the over. 276 for 9 then. 65 the lead for Hampshire. I think I'll probably feel that in the context of the situation at the start, it's been their morning now.
Yes, 132 runs added. I think they'll be very pleased with that. That's no matter how many wickets go down, plenty of runs added. Siddle, oh, it's full, and it's gone in the air all the way for 6. Just missing one of the spectators there, landing in the seat next to him. I saw the seat sort of fold down next to him. Quite a surprise if you weren't having your eye on what was happening. So another 6, 280 for 9. And getting his length wrong there, Peter Siddle.
Yes, that was a full toss, effectively.
Yeah. Which I think Fuller will be quite happy with, using that pace, turning it round. Over the leg side, this one better. It's going to go over the third man area. Will it be stopped on the boundary? It will do. It's a great bit of fielding just beneath us. Tom Banton.
Terrific effort. No margin of error at all there.
No, had to get that one right, and he let one through, didn't he, in the last couple of overs, which he should have picked up 4 or 5 overs ago maybe, but getting it right that time.
This is hurting Somerset, this innings from Fuller.
Yeah, really good stuff from the lower order. He's done it before, Fuller, against Somerset. Former Gloucestershire man, so maybe it means more, seeing Somerset running in. Here comes Peter Siddle again then. Bowled him! Middle stump out of the ground. Siddle finishes off the Hampshire innings. Finally, 280 all out. It's a lead of 69. Very useful runs for Hampshire, but Somerset will be pleased that they've got rid of Fuller finally, who was doing, as Stephen said, some damage to that lead. They're continuing to build that lead. So Somerset pick up 4 bonus points. Hampshire pick up 5 after the first innings, and a lead of 69, Stephen, would put Hampshire in the box seat on what is a lowish scoring game here. 280 Hampshire made.
It would. There's just a little bit of a feeling that it's easier batting conditions today than yesterday, just from talking to others. But we'll see. We'll see how Somerset go when they come back after lunch, because that's what will be taken now by the players. Peter Siddle finishing with 4 for 80, and Craig Overton 4 for 57, the main wicket takers for Somerset. 1 also for Lewis Gregory yesterday evening, and 1 for Jack Leach, just after being smitten for 6 and 4 respectively by Keith Barker. So we'll have a little bit of a break for lunch as well. And we'll be back in 40 minutes' time, around about 10 to 2, I would guess. 10 to 2, 5 to 2, to bring you all the excitement of the afternoon session. Plenty of cricket in prospect today, and hope very much that you can join us.
Vince is away with a single. 11 o'clock start, there'll still be plenty of people coming into the ground. All gone. Extravagant shot. 1 for Davey.
Yeah, pressure was building. Albert had got the boundary away. First ball of the over.
Oh, there's another. How big is this?
Well, the reaction is not only because of the wicket, but because of the drop. Remember, Overton himself caught and bowled, dropped Vince earlier. And Nick through to Banton, he has 2 catches. That is the massive wicket. You are Somerset. Who do they want early? They want Vince. They've got Vince. 8 for 2. Somerset on top.
Into the leg side, fielder out there. It's gone for 6. Oh, another big shot, way out there. Massive.
Well, that's his shot, obviously. You bowl length to him and he sweeps it away or scoops it away for 6.
Oh, castled.
First ball, duck for Tom Preston. Looked a good delivery as well. Really good comeback. Did it do anything? Yeah, just nip back, clipping top of off. And this now an excellent start for Somerset. 3 wickets in 4 overs.
And that is smashed straight and just long enough, just creeps over the boundary. How the game can change very quickly. Power play is finally done. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, right on the base of the stumps. That is excellent bowling. He's changed the pace over and over again, and just as that partnership was evolving, it is done.
Huge frustration there for Dawson. Difficult to get under that though, and he is also closing the face, looking to try and work it into the leg side.
Hit firmly down the ground and well. Boundary is a little bit in, and that's played into the hands of the batting side. Yep, gone. Just a little bit of bounce, which you wouldn't necessarily expect from Lewis Goldsworthy, who quite a kind of low arm, and he's not the tallest, but he's found the edge of the bat, and that's the 5th wicket to go.
Yeah, Michael Atherton calls it correctly. There wasn't any spin there, but it just bounced. There was a little kick that surprised McManus. Good catch from Banton.
You're never out of it. Oh, trouble. Oh no, the underarm throw came in, and it was such a feeble one that it allowed the batsman to cross. And it is 50 for Joe Weatherly. It's come in 38 balls. There was a bit of panic to get there, but he can celebrate now.
Oh, there's always ways. Picked up, low full toss, and finally a bit of relief into the stands. Well, is there a massive mix-up, a huge mix-up after the 6 and creating some sort of impetus? He's just giving it away there, Fuller. He's standing deep and goes again, straight down the ground, mid-on, mid-off, up. Hello, ding ding, runs are flowing.
Oh no, length ball. Quick but length.
And again, has he got the distance? There's no one out there. He is motoring. What a change in dynamic here. Oh, he's got him. Davey has been in with key wickets today, and you feel that was another major one.
Full and straight, just a little bit fuller. Middle stump, just half a pint there, middle stump.
Bold, again, cleaning up. Davies going well, 4 wickets. And just giving Curry no chance there, right in the block hole.
Excellent from Davey. Scottish international and all the experience there. He's nipped in, he's got 4 for here.
What a shot, what a shot. That was timing, full and a bit of whip and bottom hand. Well, he's gone high. There is a fielder underneath, and it's comfortable catch in the end. Out there at mid-wicket is Tom Abel, who does the work. Just kept calm. Well, Mason Crane is left to do the final work, and a run out, again another run out. Well, they pick up the single, and importantly, that milestone of 150 comes up on the board.
To the left armour, Wood.
And just a hint of swing.
Should be gone. Yeah, good catch. Out in front of the Hollies, first wicket to the Hawks.
Yeah, he did well as well. He had to make up quite a lot of ground, did Tom Prest, and that's exactly what he did. That is a big wicket.
It's carried, yeah, good catch. Not an easy catch for James Vincent, mid-on, coming in smartly, diving low, takes a good one. On-field umpire is wrong, and I don't see how you can be on that replay. The catch was good.
Now he charges, mid-off, gone. They've lost 3 and it's a big wicket. Smead's gone. Oh, close, very close, Given first ball, Mason Crane. And Hampshire are starting to believe what a team they've been this summer. The comeback kings are at it again.
Someone coming to the crease under pressure, forcing them to play just straight into fraction. He's trying to work it across the pad. This is a big moment. Hampshire, the underdogs.
Shot. Right in the gap.
Well, they're 2 dangerous players. Tom Abel and Lewis Gregory. Gregory playing just as a batsman.
What a magnificent shot that is. Effortless from Abel. Yeah! Knocked him over. Lewis Gregory, the skipper, will have to wander back to the dugout. Dawson in his last over has picked up the Somerset skipper.
Restricted him for any sort of room. He just shimmies away to the leg side, and it's a full length that just rocks into leg stump.
Oh, that's out of here. Shortish boundary to that side, and that's got plenty on it. And it's a magnificent grab from the man in the Magnum PI shirt.
Same shot again, just a single this time, but that'll take him through to 50. The captain is playing a lone hand here at the moment. That's gone a long, long way up, but it hasn't gone far enough. Should be taken. Is taken. That is an excellent bit of captaincy, excellent bit of bowling as well. Oh, has he got enough of that? That sounded very good. And that just creeps over the cushion. Full toss. Full toss hits straight into the hollies. That is a massive over. All of a sudden, Somerset are back in this game. Oh, this time doesn't get enough of it. Picks out long on. Tom Press is the man who takes the catch. This game is ebbing and flowing all the time. Oh, that sounds good. Is it enough? He's having a look. Oh, again, it just creeps over. And they are up out of their dugout, are the Somerset players. They watched and they wished that ball over the boundary.
Can he leave it to Davey? Should he leave it to Davey? You bet. And this is why he took the single. I bet you can hit a six. He has done. What's it down to now? 2 off 3.
A dominant innings by Tom Banton on a night when so many with the bat struggled saw Somerset claim a crucial 7-run T20 blast win over Hampshire in Taunton. Put into bat, Somerset had a start to forget. With 11 runs on the board after 2 overs, the third began with James Hildreth clubbing Colin de Grandhomme to Scott Curry at mid-on. De Grandhomme then removed his fellow Kiwi superstar. Devon Conway's debut for Somerset ending as he lifted the bowler to James Vince. Conway was gone for 5 and his team were left on 17 for 2 after 3 overs. Banton was the man left to see if he could repair that early damage, and that he did by depositing de Grandhomme for successive sixes in an over which went for 18 runs and kick-started the Somerset innings. While the 2 dismissed batsmen had failed with their timing, the same could not be said of Banton. Those shots helped Somerset post 47 runs in the power play, but Banton was not done yet. On came Curry, who was also planted over the rope twice in the same over by the opener, who was dominating the scoring at this stage. That was a good job too, because Lewis Goldsworthy was another to find it difficult to time his shots, emphasised by the slice off Curry, which landed in the hands of Brad Wheel, the host now on 63 for 3 after 7 overs. Worse followed as Tom Lammonby drove over a ball from Mason Crane and was bowled for a second ball duck. Even those losses didn't affect Banton, however, as he moved to a half-century off 22 balls, some effort considering the events at the other end. These shots took his tally of 4s to 4, the same number as the 6s he'd struck. It was becoming a one-man show, Banton now producing the ridiculous, a reverse sweep which carried the distance again. He now had 62 of the 100 runs posted by Somerset at the end of over number 12. He finally, in Will Smead, found someone to back him up for a while, but this was the Banton show. De Grandhomme being given no respect at all as the batsman took his boundary count to 8 to go with his 5 maximums. He would have been disappointed to fall for 77, as was the crowd, a superb innings ending to his 37th delivery as he picked out Vince off Curry. The tall youngster then added a 3rd wicket in the same over. Lewis Gregory taken well by the bowler in his follow-through. Gregory gone for 1. And Banton's innings became yet more important when Craig Overton turned a delivery from Crane to Wheel. He out for a single to leave Somerset on 130 for 7 with 4 overs remaining. Smead played a very good hand. The batsman in, he had to chance his arm now, and with shots like this one, his arm had every chance. Curry ended with figures of 4 for 31, his 4th being Marchant de Lange, who dragged the bowler to Darcy Short in the deep. Somerset now on 146 for 8 with 2 to go. Smead remained and went big again before striking the next ball for a 4, which brought him to his 2nd 50 in his T20 career. It was made off 39 balls and in reality had kept the innings going. While he and Banton shone, the rest all failed. Josh Davey, the 9th to fall, another to find the boundary just too far away. But Smead ended well as he hit 2 of the last 4 deliveries to the fence to end on a very well compiled 63 made from 44 balls. Thanks to him, Somerset were able to post a final total of 172 for 9. And that gave them something to defend as long as they began well with the ball, which Overton did, Vince dragging a shot back onto his stumps to begin the 3rd over. Debutant Tom Prest then uppercut Davey to De Lange on the 3rd man boundary. Hampshire 2 down with only 16 runs on the board. But they now had their 2 overseas stars at the crease, and neither was going to be daunted by those early losses. Short struck successive 6s to finish off Davies' over, while de Grandhomme hit this giant 6 and 3 other boundaries from the first 4 balls of Overton's next over. The Hawks recovering to 58 for 2 at the end of their 6 overs of power play. As Banton and Smead had shown, once in on this surface, batting became much easier, and so there would have been some concern when de Grandhomme cleared the rope off Gregory, the partnership continuing to grow ominously. The big breakthrough arrived in the 10th over, Goldsworthy having short held by Max Waller at long on, the batsman gone for 37, the partnership over at 78. So halfway through their chase, the Hawks had reached 95 for 3 and needed 78 more from the next 10 overs. De Grandhomme was key as he completed his 50 of 27 balls. His side left to find 61 runs from 7 overs. They were now firm favourites, the game quickly getting away from Somerset, de Grandhomme moving on to 66. Then a sudden dramatic change of fortunes. To the last ball of over 15, the Kiwi gave his wicket away, driving Gregory out to Overton. On what had been a rare bad night for the Somerset skipper, he had at last something to feel good about. And more so in the next over, Lewis McManus picked the wrong ball to sweep and was leg before to Waller. The Hawks wobbling now on 141 for 5, needing 32 more to win from 4 overs. De Lange may not have taken a wicket, but his 4 overs cost just 13 runs, and he'd set things up for the others. James Fuller struck Waller for a 6 to take the target to 18 off 2. The penultimate over was given to Davey, and he stunned the visitors with a superb effort, the over going for only 7 runs and ending with Fuller chipping to Overton. From nowhere, it was now Somerset as favourites, with 11 still needed from Gregory's last over. Second ball of it, and the game was over. Joe Weatherly testing out Overton again in the deep. Gregory's first 3 overs had been hit for 43 runs, but his last and most important cost just 3. The final ball seeing Chris Wood miss-hitting to Ben Green on as a sub. Incredibly, Somerset had done it, the Hawks, like their hosts, finding only a couple of batsmen who looked at any comfort at the crease. The margin of victory was 7 runs as Hampshire ended on 165 for 8. An important 2 points for Somerset to now take with them to Canterbury for their next match on Monday.
Have a couple of dates for your diary. On July the 28th, we have a collection of stars from London's West End and a brilliant 9-piece band performing One Night of Neil. It's a magical tribute celebrating the wonderful music of Neil Diamond. Get more information on that evening from reception here in the Marcus Gothic Pavilion. You can visit our website. website or call us at the club on Taunton 45301. It's one night of meal, and it takes place here on July the 28th. And the Taunton Area Committee holding a Royal Ascot Ladies' Day in the county room here at the ground on Thursday, June the 16th. The event begins at 12 o'clock and includes an arrival drink, a two-course cold meat lunch and afternoon tea. Tickets for this event cost £30 per person and are available from members of the Taunton Area Committee.
So much money off it anyway. It's all tax. That's what does me head in. No, but they knocked it off, and then within a week, and I said that within a week it was back up. Like I say, we're giving another month, and it is starting to creep back up. I know potential. It's starting to shoot back up. We're at 180 on it. That's me. Like I say, the government, everything is taxed like twice, and then the garages still have to pay VAT on all the sales. Oh, it's back. Who's a bit new thing? Where'd you get 2 do it. He's like, well, what else would it be? People who not there, I'm the best trick. I mean, Indian people be evicted from their houses. What do you do? So it's main small girls getting that way. Well, yeah, the main prosecution hasn't even happened. Come on, yeah. Then you go to week. The important thing is to they don't, if the Conservatives don't win both of those, well, we can go live down, which are the one the West Coast is interesting. If they don't win, then they're really going to start panicking. Because it's not that until January. They're not doing their new wage bills we're expecting. The Conservatives will do that.
Just to update you from that Charlotte Edwards Cup match, the South East Stars have beaten Western Storm by 7 wickets. Western Storm made 145 for 6 in 20 overs. South East Stars 148 for 3 in 19 overs.
Anyone at work, anyone does that in any work. Someone already visually responsibility. He just keeps on looking at this. They would accept it. Like, well, thank you.
Tickets for all of our home games are still available. That includes the women's test match here between England and South Africa, the England Lions versus South Africa, and Somerset versus the Sri Lanka Parliament 11. All still available from our website or from sections in the Market-Truscovic Pavilion. We do still have membership available also in 2022. Membership categories to suit everybody. And just a note about guest passes, we've had 1 or 2 questions about the guest passes this season. 2022 members can redeem guest passes by logging on to the online account where the guest passes can be found under the section labelled Advantage. And guest passes then can be redeemed up until 1 hour before gates open on a match day. You can boost your matchday experience by upgrading to the 1875 club for a day of LV Insurance County Championship cricket. Existing members can upgrade now for just £25. Non-members will also have to pay the entrance ticket price of £15.50.
Well, I read this after him with the 8th thing. Anybody 8 and 6 ones had to change religions for one of them. He's already had 3 and had to change religion for one. I think he's going to read one of the 8th. My brother, who was right, was the coach, let Genghis Khan and have a soft soda. We were saying, don't give us having a 5 years. You're on a good bet then.
We hope that the representatives from our principal championship partner, WPA Health Insurance, are enjoying their time with us here during this match. Representatives from WPA have been around the ground giving out information about the services they offer and also handing out some fun giveaways. So very many thanks indeed to our principal county championship partner for this season, WPA Health Insurance.
Or anyone who's
Please welcome back our umpires, Ian Blackwell and Alex Wolf. A very good afternoon, gentlemen.
Welcome back to the county ground in Taunton. Hope you enjoyed seeing some of those T20 matches at lunchtime. Very exciting. Looking forward to the T20 season returning next week here at Taunton. And we now are looking forward, before then, to the conclusion of this match, which will take place over the rest of today and tomorrow as the players make their way back onto the pitch. So there was a change of innings during the lunch break as Somerset bowled Hampshire out for 280. It's a lead of 69 that Hampshire hold over Somerset, and it will be Renshaw and Lammonby who will try and cut down on that lead without losing any wickets. Stephen Lamb is alongside me again. Stephen, hope you had a good lunch, nice lunch break.
It was very pleasant, wasn't it?
It was, lovely.
Yeah,
lovely lunch.
And enjoying the sight of the players coming back out again. We were talking just before coming on air about those 3 stands late in the innings. 68 between Donald and Barker, then 31 between Donald and Fuller, and then 24 for the last wicket, which was scored entirely by Fuller. And that was quite a damaging, a series really of damaging innings.
Yeah, it took the lead away from Somerset, and actually quite a long way away. 70 runs is not going to be easy to recuperate without damage to the Somerset line-up. So fingers crossed, of course, we'll be hoping that Somerset do manage to pull through that, pull level early on without too much problem. It'll be Matt Renshaw who will face up to Keith Barker as Ian Blackwell just holds his hand out, waiting for the game to begin. 4 slips in place to start off here. Hampshire smell blood, I think. Realise that if they're going to win this game, this is a really important part of that. It's getting rid of the Somerset top order. For Somerset, much the opposite. If they're going to win this game, they need a strong start here as the left-armer Barker is in, left alone. And we're underway in the afternoon session.
Yeah, their whites are a particularly sharp shade, Hampshire. I've noticed over recent years. They seem to be whiter than most, if that makes any sense at all.
Well, sort of creamy Somerset, aren't they, looking at their jumpers, sort of an off-white.
Yeah. Whereas
Hampshire, as you say, bright white. Enjoying a bit of the leading edge there, but rolls out safely.
Yeah, squared up a little.
Yeah. Clouds if anything, slightly clearer. Perhaps some of that higher cloud has gone, although there's a little bit of slightly lower cloud, but nothing threatening. We're not expecting any hold-ups today, like we had yesterday for rain.
Yeah, it looks reasonably settled.
Yeah, pretty pleasant spring day, pretty typical May spring day as Barker's back in. Renshaw leaving alone. They did this quite well in the first innings, these two, Lammerby and Renshaw, leaving the balls that they didn't have to play alone. Put on a partnership in the first innings of 37, but they are off the back of 200 partnerships before then, 100 plus partnerships. Gloucester game, 170 odd before the first wicket went down. Somerset would dearly love something like that. I think it's asking a lot on this pitch. Leaving that one again, probably on length, I think, there, because it was fairly straight to me.
He winds himself up a little at the point of delivery, Keith Barker, doesn't he? You can sense the effort that's going in as the left arm comes over. Big, strong man.
Yeah, sort of explodes like a spring when he gets there.
Hit a 6 and 4 fours in his 36, Keith Barker earlier.
Abbas just warming up beneath us. Expect him to get the new ball the other end, as this is just pushed forwards by Renshaw. No real threat there.
The 6 from Barker was Jack Leach's first ball of the innings, which was launched into the river stand. Followed it up with 4 and then immediately dismissed with a bit of a nothing shot.
Yeah, maybe got a bit ahead of himself. Leach using all his skill to put him off on that third ball. Let's see now a maiden there at Renshaw. 70 overs remaining in the day, so plenty of cricket still to come here on the live stream of this County Championship Division 1 match.
Craig Overton and Peter Siddle finishing with 4 wickets each in the Hampshire first innings. Overton 4 for 57, Siddle a bit more expensive, 4 for 80. And Lewis Gregory 1 for 72, and that wicket of Jack Leach was the one that he took for 26 in 5 overs. Didn't bowl yesterday.
I think if you looked at the percentages of how many overs out of the whole entire amount Siddle and Overton bowled, I should think it'd be quite high, given the amount of breaks we had yesterday that gave them time to get fresh again and bowl. So maybe hence why they had 8 wickets between them. Yeah, so Overton 26, Peter Siddle was in his 26th over. And then the most from anyone else, Lewis Gregory 17, Josh Davey 14, and Leach 5. So a lot of Siddle and Overton that Hampshire dealt with. They got those wickets, 8 of them between them, and it will be Abbas, non-surprisingly, to start off from the Marcus Truscothic pavilion end.
And in to bowl to Tom Lammonby. It's a good-looking defensive stroke to start with. Established some useful partnerships, these two, in recent games. Both left-handers. But Hampshire very much on the attack here, sensing the usefulness of that lead they've got. 69 on first innings. Well left.
A few oohs and ahs there from the slip cordon. They felt it was close.
The skippers at first slip, James Vince, Liam Dawson at second, Ian Holland at third. Oh, great take. That was a wayward delivery.
Yeah, well done there. Ben Brown, excellent keeper.
Seemed to be moving further and further away from him. Did well to get his right hand to it.
Yeah, no protection would have stopped that from going for 4, really. I don't think the fielder at long leg would have come round in time to stop that. It was not a great delivery.
That is a very good stop by Dawson.
He just got
Low
something
to his
right,
right.
didn't he? Just edge that one. Managed to edge it downwards, I think. Lammonby there. But yes, as you say, would have been flying towards him and low down.
Yeah, not a chance from the general reaction. Sun winning the battle over Cloud at the moment here.
We mentioned earlier on today that actually when these players, certainly the top order, protecting their wicket a lot, if they don't have to play, they won't do early on. Just this pitch offering a bit, so if they feel they can leave it safely, then a lot of players have been doing that in this game rather than reaching for it, trying to score runs. They've been waiting for those runs to come to them rather than searching for them. That is until you look at sort of down the order where some of the players do try and score quickly.
Another leave from Lammonby to complete the first Mohammed Abbas over. Somerset still not underway, 2 maidens to start. He was mean in the first innings, Mohammed Abbas. 17 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 21. Economy rate 1.2.
Yeah, it was very tough going for Somerset on that first day. He's a great performer as Abbas. He's someone who will make the ball do a little bit. Good pace as well. He's become one of Hampshire's stalwarts in their side as Barker's in. And Renshaw squared up again there, but it doesn't get anything on it as it goes through to Ben Brown behind the stumps. Just going to take a look at that one again. Yeah, it just straightens up on him a little, doesn't it?
Good delivery.
Yeah, really good. Just showing them how much this pitch is offering a bit here still. Day 3. Batters will be aware of that when watching the ball coming in. And there's a bat on ball for the first time, really. Certainly first scoring shot. Go for 4. But Renshaw's off the mark and the Somerset innings gets underway. 2 without loss. So that lead now shrinking.
First dent in the deficit. Down to 67.
First of many, Somerset will be hoping, certainly thinking that Renshaw would love to be there for a long time. Someone who's occupied a lot of time at this crease here in Taunton in his time with Somerset. He's performed really well, earned that second contract with the club, having been here in 2018, back in 2022. He's made a good name for himself in that time as well. Nicely timed, flicked into the leg side, and that will be 4 runs. Straying a bit too straight there, Barker, allowing Renshaw that shot. There's no protection once you get past the inner sort of circle here, and then it's flying for 4. There you go, just sort of on middle and leg, allowing Renshaw the shot. And he played it well.
Executed with a flourish.
Trying something similar, but it's gone finer this time, and Abbas is there. So Renshaw's already on 7 now.
I think he was looking to play that squarer.
Yeah, he was. I think he was trying to do something similar to the previous ball, but didn't quite get all of it that time. So just the single from it, which will bring Lammonby on strike. He takes his guard now. First time he'll face Barker in this innings. Goes down the leg side. Diving stop from Ben Brown, who's quickly back up to his feet. No need for the floodlights today. They were on for most of yesterday. I think we had 1 over at the start, first over of the day, which was after lunch. And after 1 over, the lights came on and they stayed on all day. It was just one of those days. Final ball then in this Barker over. From it. 7 then is the score for no loss, 62 behind. Somerset hoping to catch up with Hampshire's score. The thing is, we've got to look at how much time is left in the game as well. Somerset to win will have to bowl Hampshire out by the end of play tomorrow. So they've got to think it can't take too long to score those runs, really, Stephen. They've got a bit of time at the moment. If they go as slowly as they did yesterday and the day before, then it could be they'll have to speed things up, certainly towards the end. No rush yet, though.
Yeah, seeing off the new ball a priority.
Yeah. They just got to keep it in the back of their minds that if they want to force a win here, then they can't just spend the best part of a day and a half getting to 250, 300, which is sort of the speed we've been seeing at the moment.
Yeah, time more of a factor than it's been in several of the earlier games this season.
Absolutely. Does look to score, doesn't he, Renshaw? He enjoys feeling bat on ball.
Just that figure on your screen of 62 is the one to keep an eye on. That's the deficit. They've already started making inroads. Tucked away neatly. Be another one.
Yeah, while there are 4 slips in, of course there will be gaps that Renshaw will find, or certainly look for.
That's the balance that James Vince has got to strike between attack and defence. He's very much on the attack at the moment, as you'd expect with the new ball.
Yeah, quite right, especially with a bit of a lead as well. He's got some runs to play with.
But that could change.
Yeah, and that's what the batters will think, isn't it? Actually, they're on the attack at the moment. I know that there are 4 slips in, so I can't afford, an edge, any sort of edge really. But if they can take the game to Hampshire, start to score more freely, take those slips out, give them that option, guiding it through that area a bit more. So Vince in control of the field, but these batters also can have their say in it.
Watchfully left again by Lammonby.
I did feel in the first innings Lammonby felt maybe a little rushed after he'd been in for a while. Felt like he had to score, so maybe he's looking back on that thinking, well, actually, don't have to score too quickly. He hasn't scored anything yet. Take your time, don't feel rushed, don't let the bowling side rush you. He was the first wicket to fall on Thursday, out driving, having battled pretty hard for his 16 runs.
So it was Kyle Abbott who dismissed him.
And there was an edge through to the slips. Dawson, I think it was, who took him in the end.
Standing at second at the moment, beside his skipper.
Yeah, that's the leadership group there, isn't it? Vince and Dawson. Plenty of experience in amongst that Hampshire slip cordon, with Abbott in there as well. Somerset menace, yes, Abbott.
Absolutely.
In his time, he's taken over 50 Somerset wickets.
He's caused tears to be shed.
Oh, certainly has.
Third in the table, Hampshire, going into this game. Surrey and Lancashire above them, whereas Somerset are mid-table, 6th to be precise.
Yeah, win would do wonders for Somerset after this first batch of games. Each team will have played 6 by the end of this 7-week period, so Somerset can get a win here, find themselves looking upwards rather than downwards. I mean, that would be a definition of topsy-turvy season, wouldn't it? Lose 3, win 3 in that order, should Somerset win here.
I suppose one could say it's the right order.
Right way round. If you're going to do it that way round.
It was the wrong order last year.
Yes. Yeah, it was. Surrey sitting out this round of games. They're top of the table, and Gloucestershire also sitting out this round of games. They're bottom of the table. So it's all the middle teams playing each other. Barker's in, defended. Renshaw.
Gloucestershire have had injury issues as well.
Plenty of them. Yeah, it's been a tough old season already for Gloucestershire. To bring in several players, haven't they? Brad Wheel, one of them, the Hampshire bowler. Fairly quiet day in Taunton. Priory Bridge Road doesn't look too busy. Just behind the Colin Atkinson Pavilion as Barker's in again. No run there. Yeah, it's a Saturday, so no work happening on the construction site by the station. I can see. Don't know what that building's going to be. Quite tall.
Well, it looks a bit like an extension to the car.
It does. They can't need to extend it already. It's only been up there for 18 months. No, it's the other side of the road, actually, when you drive past it. Yeah, they're on two separate sides of the road.
It looks, from this perspective...
It's exactly the same height, isn't it? It does look like it could be a bolt-on. But, no. This one just angling the bat here. Renshaw will pick up another one. All the runs coming from Renshaw's bat so far. 9 for no loss.
Yeah, played it nicely and late as well. We saw a bit of that from Keith Barker earlier.
Not a bad tactic on a pitch like this, where you can watch the ball a bit longer. That will take the lead down to 60 now. So chipping away. Yeah, the view here will be quite changed from maybe 3 years ago with that car park and whatever that new building is going up. Not blocking the Quantocks there, which is good news. As Barker comes in, and just a bit of a leading edge there from Lammonby. Takes his hand off the bat.
Yes, that would be sacrilege.
Well,
to put up a building that blocked off the Quantocks.
I think if there was planning permission that went in, I think we as commentators should put in a big word against it. Not that it's going to happen. There's nothing that I know of that's coming here to Taunton to block that view. It's a beautiful view. The one you don't see as well is out the back of the commentary box is the Blackdowns as well, facing, if you look the other way.
There's the monstrosity. Just saw that briefly on your screen.
So goes through to Ben Brown. No run. Yes, there it is. The sort of the red steel structure that's up there at the moment, and the car park next to it. There we go. Yeah, I mean it will look better than that when it's finished, I'm hoping. But the car park next to it. At least there's a big sign that reminds you where you are on the car park, in case you were wondering. Taunton. Although I do cycle past that building quite a lot. I catch the train in the evenings, and quite often it's all lit up. Each letter is individually lit, but more often than not, one of the letters is not lit. One of them's broken. They seem to fix it quite quickly, but quite often it's Tanton or Tunton. But yeah, the view is changing here. Firepool, of course, which is where the old market was. That will change.
So that's quite an expanse of land as
well,
isn't it?
All sorts of ideas going on there, but nothing to fruition yet.
Oh, he's a little bit lucky there, Renshaw. Inside edge down to long leg. Could conceivably have chopped on, but didn't.
Yeah, he had no idea, did he, where that went? Looking around him afterwards. Just a few crowd members today, Saturday. I guess a lot of people will be playing cricket today as well.
That's the part of the Somerset stand. Oh, is this a catch behind? It is. First wicket has fallen, and it's Tom Lammonby. Nicely taken by Ben Brown, and Somerset have lost their first wicket. Tom Lammonby gone for a duck, 10 for 1. Have another look at this. Yeah, quite a big edge. And well taken. I think it was Brown who took the catch in the end.
Yeah, it was the keeper.
Moving in front of first slip, I guess.
Yes, it was fairly nice height, I guess, coming up towards around sort of shoulder height, wasn't it, coming through? But I think Lammonby should be a little bit disappointed. You can see him there, head bowed as he walks off. Yeah, another, again, on the drive.
He'd been leaving so well, too.
I was just saying about in the first innings how he looked as if he was maybe rushed into playing a shot, and I feel something similar there, really. Abbas is, having just leaked the 2 runs, taking a wicket, so he's 1 for 2 now. in the third over of his innings. And in comes the captain, Tom Abel, who will feel very frustrated at the way he got out in the first innings. The ball trickling onto his stumps. He couldn't fend it off with his foot. So perhaps here to make amends. But the Somerset, the gap between Hampshire and Somerset at the moment is still 59 runs. And already one back in the Andy Caddick Pavilion. So Somerset here on the back foot. They'll need to work a partnership together. That's the only way they're going to get out of this, is if there's a partnership. Certainly cannot afford to lose many more before reaching that parity mark. It's 10 for 1 then. Just breaking news coming into us while we're in a bit of a break here is that Peter Trigo, who's been doing a lot of our commentary here on the live stream, there's a reason he's not here, because he's playing for Western-super-Mare today. And we've been told he's out for 4.
Oh dear.
So our thoughts and prayers with him. Well, maybe his teammates actually, who might be taking the brunt of that.
Hopefully it was a magnificent fall.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was the perfect ball that got him.
Bowled out for 58.
Western bowled out for 58. Dear, oh dear, it's going to be a seething Pete Trigo next time he's back in here.
So Somerset have got a bit of digging out to do here. Still 59 behind, and a wicket has gone. Well, that wasn't where the captain intended. Went down to long leg, but it gets him off the mark.
Certainly an element of riding your luck, isn't there, on a pitch like this, against bowling like this. I think you've got to take the runs when they come, and practicing that forward defensive now, which is exactly what that was, coming forwards, head over the ball, but thick edge, wasn't there? Thick inside edge. A few people on the ground floor at the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Lovely view from there, looking out towards the churches.
Left by Matt Renshaw. It's St James, St George and St Mary Magdalene, I think.
Yeah, it's the Minster Church of St Mary now. Taunton Minster.
Ah,
it's now changed.
Okay.
But you can still, I think, I've spoken to them, yes, they're still happy to be St Mary Magdalene, but you can also refer to it as Taunton Minster now.
Fair enough.
Which is the tallest one of the three.
It's one of the most attractive views in cricket, isn't it, that?
Yeah. Yeah, St James is especially right on the edge of the ground here.
Wristily played by Renshaw. Comfortable single. Down to long leg. So the end of a successful over for Mohammed Abbas. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. As in the first innings, he's extremely tidy and penetrative.
Yeah, 12 for 1. The captain alongside the overseas player. They've got a job to do here, these two. Lots of pressure on from this very good Hampshire side. Really strong bowling unit, really strong batting lineup as well, as a big leave from Renshaw as Barker comes thundering in again. As a balanced side goes, this is pretty good. If anything, they could maybe do with one other bowling option should one get injured or you know, get tired. But really, what they've got is Barker and Abbas opening up, followed by Abbott, who is, as I've said, Somerset's tormentor with the ball. His previous record against the club is very good indeed. Barker in, this one hits the leg, and Matt Renshaw's gone as well now. Wow, this is disastrous. Both openers back in the pavilion, and only 12 on the board. Hampshire having a very, very good session already. Take another look at it.
Renshaw was LBW bowled by
yeah, it looks pretty plumb to me.
Yeah. Stone dead. So Matt Renshaw on his way back to the Andy Caddick Pavilion, and that's another body blow really, with the deficit still at 57. It's minus 57 for 2 effectively. Hampshire will be cock a hoop. A wicket apiece for the 2 opening bowlers. 1 for 8, Keith Barker in his 4th. 1 for 4, Mohammed Abbas.
Renshaw, a rare failure with the bat there. Was ticking along, wasn't he? 11 off 21 he's made.
For Somerset, Tom Banton.
And now Banton and Abel will have to guide Somerset. They really can't be more than 2 down by the time they reach 70 if they want to get into a position to post a score that will allow them to win the game. At Hampshire, we talked about being on the attack, having those slips in place. They will feel like they are close here to really putting the game into a solid position for them. 3 slips in place here now for Banton. Barker picking up his first wicket of the match, actually. He didn't get one in the first innings. Bowled very well, but wasn't rewarded with a wicket. "12 for 2. It does not make good reading if you're a Somerset fan.
Yes, it's gone very quiet, the ground at the moment, hasn't it?
Certainly has. Big moment. Banton will find a bit of a gap here, guiding it past the slips. How much that was meant, I'm not sure. I'll have to have a look again, but he won't pick up 4. It's James Vincefields.
He didn't look entirely committed to the shot.
No, that's, yeah, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, but it wasn't a typical Tom Banton shot, that one. If we can find another look at that one at some point. The slips were in action, weren't they? They were looking for it. That bat dangled just outwards from his body. Banton back here sort of leans forward in his stance, doesn't he? Comes forward here. That one is guided downwards to 3rd slip, who's Ian Holland. No run there. 2 balls. He's found the edge twice. We'll give him the benefit of the first one. He meant to guide it past the slip. Second one, he was playing it downwards. This is something that he's worked on, is having the bat angled as far downwards as he can. Worked for him on that occasion. Across his stumps here, and they'll come through for a single there.
Testing times these for Somerset.
Yeah, this is the beauty of this format of cricket, isn't it? There are really testing times where the bowlers are on top and you're out there, just you and your partner. You've got 11 players all chirping in around you. These are the moments you've got to tough it out. Strong leave, confident leave from Tom Abel. And a very good over from Keith Barker. 15 for 2, Somerset. Would be a lovely day. Looking out from the flats there, a few friends, I'm guessing, looking out and enjoying the views.
Nice position to watch from.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, quite a few enjoying those views of the balconies today. Nice perk, isn't it, of owning a flat with a view overlooking the ground.
The only thing you don't get is the sun. Other than first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Not that there's been very much sun today anyway, but there is at the moment.
I guess the only other thing is you wouldn't get an early night on a T20 night here, would you? You wouldn't try and sleep through that noise.
It's played firmly enough by Tom Banton. Start of a new Mohammed Abbas over. Yeah, it would be quite rackety.
Yeah, I'd be quite exciting though to be in there and hear the the ground filling up. Everyone coming in. All you've got to do is just step outside your door. Just the moment before the first ball's bowled and you're ready to go.
That's a risky looking shot.
No need to play that. No need to play that sort of shot there in this position.
That may be a point being put.
Yes, the captain's come down the pitch there.
Just far enough to make his gentle tones heard.
Those are the ones you've got to do something with. Just about seeing it out there. Banton just needs to settle a little here. Really keen to prove himself as a red ball player. We know he's got the skills. He's got the timing for sure. No problem with that. I've watched him play a lot of white ball cricket. Yet to have a big score here. Hasn't got a first-class century to his name. Now would be a great day to do it.
That's off the middle, which can always bring a little reassurance. I remember a very useful knock he played in Canterbury. I think it was 2019, 60 odd, but it was worth more in difficult batting conditions. And that was a red ball innings. I think that's the best I've seen him play in this format. Really would be a boost if he could make a three-figure score.
Yeah, he's a great talent, isn't he? His top score 79 in first-class cricket. 8 50s, but yet to reach 100. His first-class average is 24.17. He reached his. This is all before this match, so not including his first innings score. But he did reach 1,000 runs in this match.
I don't know how much you can hear it, but there are oohs and ahs after every delivery at the moment in that Hampshire slip cordon. Right on their mettle. 15 for 2 at the end of the over. Both openers dismissed.
Just getting a view of St James's there, one of the churches. If you've not been here before to Taunton, if you're watching, but not had the pleasure of being here, that one's the one right on the edge of the ground. Quite often in T20 matches, the ball will get lost in that churchyard. Quite funny seeing the players hop over the wall, searching around. Wonder what the vicar makes of it. Hopefully a fan.
Hopefully, yeah, indeed.
Barker continuing, and why wouldn't he? After a very good over. Tom Abel on 1, Tom Banton on 3.
I'm sure many men of the cloth are cricket fans.
Absolutely.
Maybe you'd have a particular reason to apply for the posting at St James.
Well, it wouldn't be a bad one, would it? Yeah, access to the church tower, I tell you what, that would be a view from up there.
The man actually at the bowler's end, the umpire at the bowler's end, has deposited the ball in there a few times. Ian Blackwell.
Certainly has. Certainly has. God, he could hit a long 6, couldn't he, Ian Blackwell?
Standing 4 square at the river end. Misdirected this time from Keith Barker, which hasn't happened very often. Well outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think Tom Abel very happy to watch that one go past him. No need to do anything with it. Bit of relief, I think. I think, oh, thank goodness. One that I don't have to deal with. better this time, Barker. He does, but Abel is up to it, and there's no addition to the scoreboard. He's going to need something special. We're going to have to see something special if Somerset are going to get something from this game.
Yeah, they're right on the back foot at the moment.
And whether that's, you know, these two hanging around for a long time. We see a swashbuckling half-century or something further down the order. Who knows? Can't take your eye off it at the moment as Barker's in. There's no need for Tom Abel to run on that one.
There's an opportunity for a partnership of substance if these two can put one together. Still 63 overs left in the day.
Plenty of time. Things can change. Pendulums will swing. Run there. A bit more of an aggressor in there, wasn't there? A bit of a drive. Abel just practicing sort of check drive. But an Aaron Donald gets hold of it at point. So end of the that over as well. So are those the football goals we're looking at there? What are we looking at?
I think they are, yeah.
Pre-match football. Are we showing that because Tom Abel was not good enough for football and on the first day to keep the ball from hitting his wicket? I don't know if that's a camera operator just reminding us that sometimes football skills can come in handy in a cricket match.
Meanwhile, in the middle, Abbas is spraying that one well wide of off stump, emulating what Keith Barker did in the previous over. It's a rarity. Both of these two have bowled excellently.
And the thing is for Somerset is when these two get tired, you've got Abbott coming at you as well. But from the other end, you'll have Holland or Fuller, and they can just offer the odd run or two.
Well played.
But an option now for Hampshire is they've also got Dawson, who they could turn to. We saw a bit of spin from Leach earlier on. And Organ as well, who I'm told is certainly not to be sniffed at as a spinner. He's got the footmarks of the left armour, Keith Barker, to work with.
James Fuller was just doing a couple of loosening exercises.
Bounced a bit there on Banton, didn't it?
Yeah, a couple more. He should be quite loose Fuller after the way he batted. A lot of muscle flexing from him earlier today. Played an extremely handy knock. Crisply struck down to long leg. That had more conviction from Banton. Moves him along to 5.
54 the gap, first runs for a while. Renshaw was the one who was getting the scoreboard ticking, but back in the pavilion now.
Horrid interval there. Made 38 from 48 deliveries, James Fuller. 2 6s and 4 4s, and really gave the Hampshire first innings impetus at the end. First with an Aaron Donald and then with Mohammed Abbas, who contributed a princely 0 not out to a last wicket partnership of 24. And has since looked none too shabby with the ball. End of his 5th over, 1 for 6.
Yeah, just signs from Banton that he's going to try and move the scoreboard on a little bit. Nothing extravagant, but just seeing a few more drives. We saw that glance down, didn't we, the leg side as well. So potential for perhaps some runs coming, but Hampshire won't mind that either, seeing the maybe a little bit of aggression from Banton. 3 slips still in place then for Barker. Plenty of Somerset flags on the apartments, but I think I can also spot I think it's a Liverpool crest. Flag with the Liverpool.
That's the crimson one, yeah?
Yes, I think so.
Come a long way.
There it is. It is indeed Liverpool.
That's looking very colourful, isn't it? That balcony scene at the moment.
Looking for a little bit more there from Abel, just pushing forwards a bit harder at it, picking up a run as well. Yeah, Liverpool got a lot to be pleased about, haven't they? When's the Champions League final? Is that next week?
Can't help you.
I'm sure I'll have a message in my ear from one of the directors who I know is a big Liverpool fan. Ben will be telling me all about it. He's probably on his way in here now to tell us his first 11 that he'd choose to line up against Real Madrid. So just push forward here by Banton again. Just slightly more aggression, isn't it? It's not more of a drive than a defensive shot there.
Yeah, it's firmer.
Just perhaps a little insight into his mindset. And that for Banton would be a natural game for him, wouldn't it? And perhaps they've said, well, look, do what you feel most comfortable with. Don't try and get yourself too bogged down in defensive. Perhaps just, without overdoing it, just make yourself feel comfortable. It's all very well saying that, but then when you get out for 5 on a scoreboard, it doesn't look very good, does it? But if that's what he feels comfortable doing, you've got Abel at the other end, who'll be much more happy to take some time. Could actually, as a partnership, this could work very well if Banton were able to start just moving the scoreboard slightly. Abel will pick off the runs when they get offered. Banton perhaps forcing the issue a bit more. 3 slips still there. Took a bit of an edge, but it'll be safe enough for a single. I think that was always a bit of a speculative throw from Gubbins. Abel's quick and was already backing up a fairway.
Yeah, he was home if that had hit.
So although the throw came sailing in, I think Abel would have been pretty confident as well. He was going to make that.
I don't think there's anybody quicker between the wickets for Somerset than Abel.
Yeah. 19 for 2, so now just 50. I say just 50 actually in this game. Is quite a lot. Yeah, given that's Banton gone. I beg your pardon, it's Abel gone. He's just pushed it down the leg side, got an edge. And this gets worse for Somerset now. Just following it a little bit, and Ben Brown, no mistake. Chasing it down the leg side, something that Abel does do.
Yeah, he has been dismissed that way several times.
Yeah, he does have a little bit of a tendency to chase them and just get enough on it.
That's a huge blow.
Yeah, it's a massive moment. Well, 50 behind and 3 down already here, Somerset. And Hampshire, with the time left in the game, will start to feel pretty confident about how things are going, and someone needs to stand up here. We've talked about a partnership. That's what's needed. James Hildreth, can he be the man alongside Banton? 19 for 3. And And this is why Hampshire are near the top of the table. They've got such a good bowling attack. They've got a batting lineup to match now as well, with a few signings.
Yeah, so it is James Hildreth who's on his way out to join Tom Banton. But that's a bit of a horror story, that scoreboard at the moment.
Yeah, I think
particularly given the deficit, which was already there of 69, to be 19 for 3.
Absolutely. We talked about making sure that they're a maximum sort of 2 down by the time they reach 70. Well, they're already lost 3. They haven't reached 20. So these two, well, it's going to be an interesting partnership to watch. I think Abel will be very, very disappointed with that because, as we've said, it's not the first time we've seen him chasing them down the leg side and just getting enough on it to guide it through to the keeper. Ben Brown knew straight away that there'd been an edge on it. Imagine the changing room's quite quiet at the moment for Somerset. Oh, we talked about an opportunity. This could be Banton's opportunity then.
It's just been the 2 new ball bowlers so far. 6th for Barker and Abbas into his 6th. And they're doing the job for Hampshire. Runs here, potentially 4 of them. Yeah, that's got the legs. Played late down to 3rd man. Comfortably enough by Banton. Into double figures. Yep, that'll do.
Yep, taking it beyond the slips. 4 runs. He moves to double figures now, Banton. He's faced 20 balls.
Up in the air and taken. Another one's gone, and it's Banton this time. And Somerset are in disarray here. 4 wickets have gone for 23. I'm not sure whether that was the kind of stroke that was made to measure for the situation. Another good catch by Ben Brown, but well, it's all in tatters really, isn't it, Charlie?
Somerset are at risk of losing by an innings here. There's only a 69-run lead, 23 for 4, and as you said, it just wasn't the right shot to play. And he's made a mess of it as well. Hasn't got hold of it in the slightest. Edged it, top edged it. And in the end, Ben Brown always looked like he was going to get there. It did take a bit of a dive, but yeah, it's very disappointing now. Banton shakes his head a bit as he takes his helmet off. And Somerset now, well, they are well on the back foot. Is they going to take some kind of miracle here? Hildreth yet to face a ball. And it's Steve Davies out with him already. The score 23 for 4. And Hampshire will be thinking about getting things done quickly. Could be done today if wickets fall as quickly as they have. We still have 59 overs once this over's finished.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a 3-day finish is not out of the question any longer, isn't it? It's not long since we were saying that 4 days was the likely equation. It doesn't look so certain now.
Well, no partnership yet. That's what Somerset needed. They needed a few partnerships, to be honest. That's what they really needed, was a few to take a score that could be defendable. But now it's about hanging in there for these two now. Stick around. Excellent bowling. Let's not take anything away from the bowling from Hampshire. Really good work.
Yeah, 2 apiece, Barker and Abbas. What a time for Steve Davies to come in. Left-hander at number 6. all sorts of strife.
Yeah. 2 wickets in 4 balls it was there. Last ball of the 11th over and 3rd ball of the 12th.
And both of them needless.
Yeah. Abel chasing on down the leg side. Banton not really sure what he was trying.
It's the pressure that's been built by these 2 highly experienced and effective new ball bowlers.
Trying to almost get underneath it, really, wasn't he, Banton? Trying to lift it over the backward square leg area. Didn't get anything much on it, just a top edge, really.
Get a single for this, which will at least get him off the mark, Steve Davies. 24 for 4 at the end of the over. So still 46 runs behind. Hampshire have taken a vice-like grip on this game. There are the stats for the opening bowlers. Tell their own story, really.
Yeah, just leaking 13 and 11 runs, Barker and Abbas respectively. Very good work for the 2 wickets apiece. Scorecard makes horrible reading. Renshaw 11, Lammonby a duck, Abel 2, Banton 10. All of them out with Hildreth and Davies there. Davies on 1, Hildreth yet to score.
Hildreth yet to face a ball. Because Davies took the single from the last ball of the over.
Who's hanging around for Somerset? Who's going to make this get into day 4?
That wasn't a convincing stroke.
Davies trying to...
Just fished for it.
Yeah, reaching a little bit, isn't he? Outside the off stump. Oh dear, yeah. No need to play at it. 24 for 4, reminder.
A jittery shot.
That's the pressure, isn't it? Especially thinking, well, this pitch is doing something. Davies just playing this one out to the offside. Very quiet here at the ground. Somerset fans watching on. It's been a bit of a horror show so far since lunch. Only midway through the 13th over of this innings, already 4 wickets down. But cricket has a funny way of doing things. Can never write anyone off till it's all over.
It's nicely played. Straight to the man at backward point.
Donald there, doing some good fielding. Played well. He's 57.
Yeah, top scorer in the Hampshire innings.
One player reaching 57 has been a bit of a luxury, isn't it? So far for Somerset. Top score of 44 across both innings. That's Craig Overton. There. He's not going to take a risk this time. Still 3 slips in place. Hampshire know that they're probably 1 or 2 away from exposing a bit of the start of Somerset's tail. Certainly going into the all-rounders. Overton and Gregory might not be the ones who want to dig in for a long time. It's not their natural game, is it, for either of them? But this... now, the situation requiring something pretty special. Davies defending. That's the end of Keith Barker's over. 24 for 4. Davies on 1, and we will now see Hildreth face a ball.
Yes, at last. And the Quantox in the distance. What's the Spire? Do you happen to know, Charlie?
Yes, St Andrews in Robarton. That is, it's right by the station.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's the only spire we can see from our vantage point. Very big towers behind us, but only that spire in front of us.
So Hildreth taking guard.
Coming into the attack from the Orchestra Gothic.
We need a long joint vigil from these two.
Hampshire fans enjoying that change.
That's the man who has so often been Somerset's nemesis, who hasn't actually bowled yet in this innings. He's coming on now, Kyle Abbott.
Oh, Hildreth will get his first ball, but he's going to have to face a fresh Kyle Abbott. That's not an easy thing. Hildreth will be hoping that there might just be a loosener or two in there he can take advantage of.
Don't think there was bat involved with that. Possibly off the pad, going down the leg side anyway. Hampshire fielders full of expectation at the moment. That was strange. That seemed to pass the off stump and then seemed to dart back the other way. It's taken to his left by Ben Brown. Let's have another look at that.
You can see it moving in. Yeah.
Over off stump.
Yeah, right
end.
over the top.
Down the leg side this time.
Still finding good pace, isn't he, Kyle Abbott? He's a really great performer.
Broad-shouldered.
Yeah, great big guy.
As is Keith Parker, you can see them side by side almost. Strongly built, the pair of them. That's Hildreth elegance into the offside. And he's off the mark.
Yeah, driving, not quite getting all of it, but ball ran away slowly enough that allowed them time to run through the single before the fielder was able to pick it up and throw it back. So off the mark, 25 runs now for Somerset, but 4 wickets down. One of those innings you want to hit reset on, start again. Body language is good, you can see in the Hampshire.
They're buoyant, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, you would be, wouldn't you? 25 for 4, right on top. Doesn't matter whether it's a second innings, first innings, whatever. 25 for 4 in any game of cricket. If you're a bowling side, you're delighted with that. Davies just reaching a little bit there, getting an under edge.
And you've got one of the best seam bowlers on the county circuit completely fresh. Good over to start from Abbott. Just that single for Hildreth off it.
First class runs.
Just the 1 run brought up 18,000 first class runs for James Hildreth. He left himself 1 short in the first innings. It's quite a record, a good ripple of applause. Always feels a bit odd when the player's only on 1 to give them a big round of applause, but it's a landmark nonetheless.
Yes, I shouldn't think it was uppermost in his mind.
No, no. Well, certainly not coming in at the score, which was 12 for 2 when he came in. I beg your pardon, 19 for 3 comes in now at number 5. Oh, bowled in. It's the end of Hildreth. Just the 1 run for him today. That one came in off the pitch, it looked like. And this gets even worse for Somerset. 25 for 5 now. And there is a real risk that this won't go into another innings. Yeah, moving in.
That's a good delivery.
It's a great delivery, and he's driving a little bit at it there, Hildreth. Didn't cover his stumps well enough, and the ball goes through, knocking the bails off from the off stump. So another one down. And Hampshire here have got their foot on the throats of Somerset. 25 for 5. Hildreth back for 1. And Hampshire here will be thinking of clearing this game up today for sure now.
They will, absolutely. I think that would have dismissed many batsmen, that delivery.
Yeah, very good. Very good ball from Keith Barr. Kept a bit low as well, it looked to me. Coming in off the pitch, which offered a bit of bounce, but that one's staying a little lower perhaps.
Yeah, it just darted in a little late on.
Yeah.
So Lewis Gregory in at number 7 with 25 on the board. This is nightmarish.
It is. This is exactly the opposite of what Somerset needed here. They'd leaked a lead of 69 to Hampshire earlier on today with some late hitting. And now Hampshire have taken 5 early wickets. And no part of today really has gone as Somerset planned. They took a few wickets in the morning session, but only among those runs that we talked about. Lewis Gregory joining Steve Davies at the crease. Davies on 1, Gregory yet to face. Barker has only bowled 1 ball in this over, so Gregory's going to have to see it out.
Hard to imagine more underwhelming circumstances to score your 18,000th.
For 1 run, yeah.
Very, very quiet all around the county ground, as you won't be surprised to hear in this situation.
Barker's into Gregory, who feels bat on ball first up. Yeah, I think the crowd will be wanting to know why this is fallen apart quite so quickly here for Somerset. I think it's a mixture of a couple of things, isn't it, really? We've seen a few loose shots, Abel and Banton. But Hampshire are a very good bowling side. And they will know that they're going to be up and amongst the title runners this year, Hampshire for sure. Full, hitting the pad, given as well. Lewis Gregory's gone. It's another one. It's a procession of Somerset batters. 25 for 6 is the score. Let's take another look at that one. It looked quite full. Barker celebrated straight away.
It's pretty plumb.
Yeah, I think there's no real complaints that Lewis Gregory can have there. He's missed it. It's coming in nicely. Barker's bowling brilliantly. Well, I sort of had my tongue in cheek when I said it first, but an innings defeat is on the cards here. They trail by 44. It's 25 for 6, and this has been a complete nightmare for Somerset since lunchtime. Hampshire well on top.
Yeah, X-rated if you're a Somerset supporter, I'm afraid. You are arriving at the ground now and you look up at that scoreboard. My word. Just 4 more wickets required by Hampshire to complete an innings defeat. Somerset still 44 runs behind.
Well, earlier today we were talking about Lancashire being 32 for 5 and how bad that was, the situation they're in. Well, Somerset now 25 for 6. This will be the sort of score that gets reactions from across the country as other people start to see it.
Yeah, and has batters hurrying to put their pads on in the pavilion as well.
Yeah, well, Overton, I doubt, had his pads on all that long ago. But he's back out again now. He was bowling really quite well earlier on today, although a little bit frustrated with himself in some moments. But Overton has high standards for his bowling. But now he's with his bat. Davies there on 1.
Batter, Craig Overton.
Applause for
Well, he found some form in the first innings. My word, he's going to need to extend it in the second.
So Somerset were 19 for 2, they're now 25 for 6.
Total disarray.
Yeah, absolute disarray. And that's a mix, as I said, mixture of a couple of things. There have been bad shots, but there's also been very good bowling.
I think full credit to the bowlers for 4 of the 6.
Absolutely, yeah. Perhaps Lammonby was a little bit rushed as well, didn't need to be driving. Perhaps, but again, it was got out by a good ball. In comes Barker. This one is off the leg side by Overton. 2 wickets in 3 balls for Barker.
The dog doesn't think much of the proceedings. Can't bear to watch anymore. Rather have a kip.
The dog's laying down like Somerset is. Yeah. One of those days, I think, for Somerset fans. Davies on strike. God, the carnage. He's already seen. He's only been there for 1 or a few balls. Oh, it's gone through the slips, and it'll run away for 4 runs. That was a chance. You can see from the reaction of Dawson, who it was, who could have taken it.
It would have been 26 for 7.
And it would have been a good catch as well. It certainly wasn't a regulation one. We'll just have another look at it here. Oh, maybe just dropping a little bit in front of him.
Might not have carried.
Yeah.
Quite. One of those difficult to tell.
Perhaps just thinking, oh, what could have been if it had been a little bit closer. Yes, I don't think that can go down as a drop. I think it's a bit harsh. Certainly the reaction of the slips was that it was close. Barker, and this is a fantastic over. Davies is able to see it out. 2 wickets in the over for Keith Barker, whose figures now are 4 for 18 from 8 overs. 30 for 6. Don't adjust your phones or computers, whatever you're watching on. 30 for 6.
You may want to.
is the score. A reminder that Somerset scored 591 for 7 in the last game. They played against Gloucestershire. 30 for 6 here today. Well, there's a break from County Championship cricket after this. T20's coming up. So Somerset will have a bit of a chance to recuperate their red ball form. Have a think about how the first 6 games went. Looking very much like it'll be 2 wins and 4 defeats, unless something incredible happens this afternoon into the evening. It's going to have to happen today now.
Oh, down the leg side, and that's a despairing dive from Ben Brown. It's going to go down as leg byes. Must have just clipped something on the way through. Pad or pad strap or something. Great effort by Ben Brown, but unavailing. 34 for 6 then.
34 for 6 doesn't sound real when you say it, does it?
That's nicely played, and will bring him 4. Just enough power in it to take it over the boundary. So Overton joins Davies on 5. Have another look at it. Yeah, nicely timed.
Well, it's what Fuller did. We saw that, didn't we, earlier on today. Whereas when you've been trying to defend and stay in, the bowlers have been able to get you out. But perhaps for Craig Overton, attack is the best form of defence. But not that time.
That looked, even though it was defensive, it was the stroke of a man in form.
Top score of 11 so far in this innings. That was Matt Renshaw. Banton reached double figures, but no one else.
Up in the air, it's going to fall safe. On its way out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. So Craig Overton is not hanging around. Yeah, good timing again.
Yep. And there was a gap there in the deep, so he knew he wasn't too much risk, as long as he raised it enough over the inner fielders, which was pretty safe for someone of his stature, power. Well, if there's any hope to cling on to, it might be that Overton sticks in for 20 overs playing like that.
A quick-fire century.
I mean, it might.
Well, they need something like
Something's going to happen. If you can't, if that doesn't happen, yeah, the next wicket, we'll see Davey come in. Well, Davey come back, but at the moment the deficit's still there. 27 the deficit.
Yawning.
6 wickets down. Yeah. I think we're still waiting for a ball here. I don't think it's under the covers yet. They're having a look on all the covers. To move them around, you can see on your screen there. Is that Holland or someone? I can't quite tell who that is there. Moving things around.
It's been found.
They have now got it. Yes, it was Ian Holland. And
so I wonder what's going through the heads of those spectators. There's a standing dog rather than a sleeping one. Oh no, he's gone to sleep.
They know what's.
He's looking in the opposite direction.
Wow. Understandable at the moment, Somerset fans. Yeah. Back to the game.
As opposed to backs to the wall.
Yes. Well, that's what it's going to take now. Overton on 9. Davies there on 5. 42 for 6.
In the air, and again it's going to fall safe. Keith Barker was interested for a moment, but it was always going to go over his head. 2 more for the big man.
Well, he's joint top scorer.
In the twinkling of an eye.
Well, this is going to be risky. This is going to be a risky tactic that Overton's playing, but I can see why he's doing it. I mean, there's no other hope, really. I think if you try and hang around, these bowlers will get you out. So, may as well play a few shots in the meantime. I think avoiding an innings defeat, that's got to be the first plan, isn't it? Get to parity at least.
Yeah.
And then look.
Doesn't seem that long since we were saying see off the new ball.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, it's still a new ball, isn't it?
The rapidity of the collapse has just been excruciating.
Yeah, it really has. In the 6th over, 7th over, 11th over, 12th over, and then 2 in the 15th over. That's when the wickets have fallen. It'll be Barker, and it's Davies on strike. Davies, who, I wonder if he'll take a leaf out of Overton's batting book. Doesn't seem to be. It's a typical shot, just playing it out towards point.
This is the 9th over of an unbroken spell for Barker, but you need to prize the ball away from him.
I was going to say, I wouldn't like to be the captain saying that's it. Have a rest. Absolutely not, skipper. Especially someone at Keith Barker's stage in his career. You know, this is a great opportunity, isn't it? Someone who's in the twilight years.
And he also knows that a day off is beckoning now.
Well, true as well. Yeah, absolutely. Well earned day off if you won in 3 days, as this is played out towards point again. A little bit uppish, but safe enough.
He plays that beautifully, that shot.
He really does. Opens up the offside really well, doesn't he? Davies is a great player to watch.
He's got his hands full, though, at the moment.
He has. He's better to watch when there's a 200-run lead or something, but when he's got a bit more license to play those shots. But still, classy player. Yeah, really enjoyed my time watching him, as he's been a Somerset player. Comes through for a quick single there, which brings Overton on strike. Now this could be interesting here, Barker versus Overton. Given the current tactic that Overton's going for. 2 fours to Overton's name so far from 7 balls. A couple of 2s in there as well, which have been heading towards the boundary. But not got there. He's thinking aerial, is Craig Overton, last few overs.
And so is Keith Barker, because he's taken out. There's only 1 slip left in now.
Yeah, a few men on the boundary.
So Barker looking to cater for that in the field.
Oh, sort of chipped upwards towards mid-on. Still getting underneath the ball here, Overton. He's not going to try and defend it. Not in a typical way, anyway. Barker just having a look around before he starts his run-up. Oh, there's a little hook shot there from Overton. It's not going to go for 4 because they've loaded that part of the boundary.
Almost a tennis shot.
It was really, yeah.
So the field will change substantially now for the left-handed Davies. More orthodox.
He's gone past 3,000 first-class runs in this game, Craig Overton. So a couple of milestones for him in this game.
Again, played with an open face, which Davies generally does very well. They'll have a chat, these two batters, about what is a decidedly unpromising situation. Still 23 behind, and they've only got 4 second innings wickets left.
It's hard, isn't it, for middle order batters to come in a situation like this where your top order has completely failed in all respects, really. What have you got to do? You know, he's still behind. Just the 4 wickets left as well. Hampshire will be eyeing those up today for sure. Still got plenty of overs, 54 overs to find those 4 wickets. Well, it's only taken them 17 to get 6.
So Abbott starting his 3rd over. Quick call, comfortable single.
Yeah, 2 very different style batters we're watching now, aren't we? Overton and Davies. Style and class on one side and quite agricultural on the other. But they seems to be working at the moment.
Well, he's finding the middle of the bat okay, Craig Overton. He's been unexpectedly aerial a couple of times, but safe. Four for Davies this time. That's his area. Backward at point. Silken touch. And brings up the 50. Generously applauded. That's worth looking at again, isn't it?
It's lovely. Really nice. Just sort of caressing it through point, isn't he there? No, not overhitting it. There's plenty of pace on it coming off the bowling of Abbott. 51 for 6. Trailing by 18 now.
Similar direction, but straight to the fielder at backward point this time. Lovely spring, early summer afternoon here at Taunton, but the gods aren't smiling on Somerset.
Somerset will have done well if we're back here tomorrow morning, I think.
That's 4, judging by the fielder's reaction, who doesn't bother to chase it.
Steve Davies now taking a leaf out of Overton's book. Often, yeah.
Nothing complicated about that shot, as we will see from the replay. Again, the timing was perfection.
Yeah, great to watch.
$14 behind now.
Abbott won't have liked seeing that go for 4. Well, a couple of 4s in this over. Will not go down well with the big guy.
Get his dander up.
He'll already, despite the fact that Hampshire is so far on top, still fancy adding to his wickets column.
Any irritation that Somerset players can cause for Carl Abbott, I'm sure they'll take.
Absolutely. Yeah, although they probably find that it'll come back at them with added venom. Yeah, just good over for Somerset, that one. Nice to be able to say that sentence. So Overton's on 13, Davies is on 14. The score is 55 for 6.
And Abbott is going at nearly 7 and over. We're clutching at straws, I know. 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 20.
Still 14 runs behind. It just showed the power and the how useful those late runs were for Hampshire here. That without those, what was about 100 runs added with some fairly late hitting and partnerships as Barker is into Overton.
Well, we felt that the lead was significant, didn't we? But not really.
Not quite as significant as it's turned out to be. We thought maybe could be 3 down by that point, but double that. Bad news is for Axbridge, my team, is that if this is done in 3 days, then I might be available to come and play tomorrow.
I'm sure they'll be delighted.
They thought they'd escape me. Barker is in, goes down the leg side, giving us a no ball, that one, so deficit just chipped away out again.
Barker must be tired. This is his 10th now.
Yes, he's going well, isn't he? Is he 35, Barker, is he? I think he might be 35 years old. Let's have a quick look. '35, 36 in October.
Yeah.
Getting behind that one nicely, Overton. Not bad. Not bad for 35 years old, still coming in like that. He's been such a consistently good performer, isn't he, Keith Barker, for Warwickshire and now Hampshire.
He's so powerfully built.
Yeah. And what's great is seeing players as strong and as big as he is coming in, their action clearly not doing them damage. You do see that on some quicks, don't you? Oh, bowled him! They got one through. Another one. Oh, it's a big celebration from Keith Barker, who waits for his teammates to join him for a big hug in the middle, but Overton has to go. His middle stump knocked back. 57 for 7. We're still not equal here at Taunton. Somerset still require another 12 runs. Oh, it's a drive,
hole, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's gone straight through through the gate. You can see the celebration as well. Barker just waiting there as his teammates come and celebrate with him, perhaps running out of puff to go and celebrate, but still enough energy to see the back of Craig Overton for 13. 57 for 7 here. Somerset still 12 behind, and we are staring down the barrel of a 3-day finish. Not the right sort of 3-day finish for Somerset on the back of 2 brilliant wins. Have crumbled here against Hampshire as Josh Davey makes his way out.
Talk about a curate's egg of a season. Really quite odd.
Yeah, it's been a
incoming batter,
real roller coaster ride for fans and players, and just when you think they've got it back together, 2 wins. But I mean, this is a strong start. Hampshire will be one of the good sides this season. They clearly are serious contenders.
Yeah, pre-season punditry pointed to Hampshire more than any other team, and it's looking pretty well founded.
He's taking cover.
He can't bear to watch anymore.
No.
He hasn't been watching since lunch.
Not much to get excited about.
Let him lie.
Well, he might get a day off to go to the park and play fetch or something tomorrow, because I don't think there'll be much going on here. The way things stand, I've got to say, with 52.5 overs to go today, Somerset, well, they're not going to be here tomorrow. Hampshire have come down like a ton of bricks, haven't they, today? Certainly with the ball in hand. Here comes Barker, who's been the pick of the bowlers, and it goes through. It's not far away from Josh Davies' bat. Keith Barker's figures. It's a 5 for 22. Fantastic.
in a spell.
Absolutely, in one spell. This is coming towards the end of his 10th over now. 5 for 22, including 3 maidens, going at 2.3 and over. That is absolutely brilliant. And yes, Somerset, in a couple of occasions, have got themselves out, but I would say for the majority with Barker, that's been good bowling. That's done the trick. What can he do here? 2 balls left in this over. Davey getting behind it nicely.
Well, he found a pretty good ball for Overton, didn't he?
Yes. I think you could argue maybe Overton perhaps not picking the right shot, but I wouldn't say that that was Overton's fault necessarily. He's had a good ball. Good one to Hildreth as well. That got Hildreth out. Yeah, Abel was chasing a bit of a one down the leg side.
Yeah, that's the one where you might say the batsman contributed.
Yeah. Here comes Barker again. End of that 10th over of his. 19 overall we've watched now. I wonder if that might be the end of Barker. Although he did pick up a wicket, he might be saying, no, give me another. He's got to change at one point, hasn't he?
Well, James Vince hasn't. I don't think he's spoken to him at all. He passed by on the other side of the wicket. He may be thinking, just
keep
let
going,
him be.
Keith. Yeah, you see, we all need that sort of comfort, don't we? Someone to say it's all right. Don't worry.
It's only a game.
Only a game. T20 starts next week. That's what he's saying.
Don't be surprised if you hear a howl.
Oh, fair play to the camera operators finding all these dogs in the ground.
There's our other sleepy friend.
Yeah, unmoved. 57 for 7 is the score.
Oh dear, and that's not a shot tailor-made for it.
I mean, the game has gone, so I don't. It's not like we're trying to say if this was the last day, you'd be saying, well, come on, see it out. But still, not the right shot to pick, Steve Davies. Oh dear.
No foot movement at all.
No, fishing outside off. But he survives.
It's better.
We've not quite had 20 overs yet. But if Somerset were 57 for 7 in a T20 match, you'd be pretty disappointed.
There's 20 over sessions you and I have seen, Charlie.
Well, surely we're on the leaderboard now, boys. We've taken 7 wickets each in this session. There's a leaderboard behind us.
We go straight to the top,
yeah.
don't we?
Leaderboard of who's taken a 5 or 4 wickets, I think, whilst on session. We've both taken 7 here. Dear, oh dear. We'll take what we can get, I think. Those small victories, the fact we're top of the leaderboard, Stephen. That'll take some beating as well, I suspect, in the championship.
Well, let's hope so. Or maybe...
Well, unless Somerset got ball in hand. Yeah, we'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah. Not a day for the Somerset fans, which is a shame because actually there was some good bowling earlier on today.
And indeed yesterday evening.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching some very good bowling now.
Yeah. Not least by the man who's just delivered that one, Kyle Abbott, and Davies is in a bit of pain. Midriff.
Yeah, it did come through at that sort of height, didn't it? He's up on his feet now, as you can see.
Going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, just wandering around. Abbas is there. I'm sure he's chirping in a helpful word or two, having a look at the pitch while he was there. Also speaking to Josh Davey.
There'll be a single in this.
Yeah, not much footwork from Davies there. It's sort of what he was trying to do. I think the one before which went through, but managed to get bat on ball this time.
And the cameraman won't be enjoying what he's shooting particularly either.
Plenty of action though, isn't it? You haven't got to wait around for wickets to fall.
That's done by the newly constituted Gimlet's Hill See the new brickwork behind him. This will get Davey off the mark. Bit of inside edge about it, but a comfortable single. Main question now is whether Somerset can make Hampshire bat again.
Not a question we thought we'd be asking. Just 10 runs behind, but only 3 wickets remaining. 59 for 7. Abbott will be disappointed not getting his name on the wickets list yet, but that's because Barker has really mopped up Somerset. 5 for 22. Abbas chipping in with the other 2.
He's going on. Over
He
11.
certainly is. I mean, this is wonderful stuff. He's got the ball on a bit of a string at the moment, hasn't he? Able to bring it in off the pitch. He's finding great movement. Really causing a lot of problems. Taking lots of wickets. Davies and Davey at the crease. It's Davey who will face this. Was that an edge? No. Close though.
Yes, there was a session of play with Davies and Davey, and Alex Davies was involved with it as well. It's a commentator's nightmare.
Davey quite often wears the short sleeves to bat in. Again, prodding forwards.
Unplayable so far this over, Keith Barker.
Beating the bat twice out of 2 times so far. 59 for 7.
Maybe just walking back a little bit slower than when that ball was brand new.
If he goes wicketless in this over, I wouldn't be massively surprised to see Holland or Fuller coming in from that end. Or maybe even Abbas. He's had enough of a break now, hasn't he? He's in again this time, just playing it to mid-wicket. How many overs has Abbas been off for? 8 overs he'll have had a break, so maybe feels he could probably fire it up again from the other end. Lots to think about for Jason Kerr and Andy Hurry and Tom Abel before their next red ball match, which is in June next month after a bit of T20. Tickets available if you want to come and join us for the T20s. That one goes through. Particularly Sunday, a week on Sunday, it's the 29th of May. Somerset taking on Essex, but before then, if you buy a ticket for that, it's 2 games for the price of 1, if you like, because you'll see Western Storm taking on Sunrise. It's always great when Western Storm play at Taunton. They sort of spread themselves around South Wales, Gloucestershire and Somerset. So it's nice when they come home. Led by Somerset's Sophie Luff, of course. Barker in again, left alone by Davey. If you do fancy joining us for that one, here we go. Somerset against the Essex Eagles, preceded by Western Storm against Sunrisers in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. So there's a couple of T20s there.
Yeah, June the 12th, the next championship fixture. You mentioned that. Surrey here.
Yeah, well, that's no easy game either. Somerset, they keep coming. Bit of an inside edge, that one. Yeah, I mean, that's look at the start to the season Somerset have had. Was those 3 defeats: Hampshire, Surrey and Essex, not in that order. Then the wins against Warwickshire and Gloucestershire, who are, as you've mentioned, Stephen, playing quite a weakened side at the moment, just through injuries and other problems. So those are the 2 wins, and then back to Hampshire, who are going to be good. Back to Surrey again. You know, they've had a really, really tough start to the season, and well, they've at the moment it's going to be a lower mid-table where they find themselves after 6 games, which it will be probably by the end of the day.
Yeah, which is nearly halfway.
Yeah, it is. Only 14 games.
7 is halfway, isn't it?
So that Surrey match marks the halfway point next month.
Runs here for Davey. Just one of them, in fact, down to 3rd man.
Yeah, you have to say it's the sort of start which, if after 7 games you find yourself say sort of around 7th, 6th, or maybe 5th, that sort of area, then just puts the pressure on the back end of the season. Can't afford to string together too many losses there.
Well,
There's relegation this season into Division 2. Bottom 2 teams will go down. Although they still are thinking about how the championship will look next year, aren't they? So it may well be that all changes, but that's I guess the plan at the moment.
Yeah, well, assuming defeat here, which we obviously have to, and should they be defeated by Surrey, which isn't unlikely, in the next game, then it could be a struggle, the run-in of the season.
What might benefit Somerset slightly is that it is the test season, although they will lose Leach and Overton, of course, massive parts of this team, so really both teams will be depleted.
This is going down to third man for 4. With an angled bat by Davies. So that takes the deficit down to 4. Free-flowing stroke.
Davies is playing fairly nice shots. Every now and then just looks a little bit caught at the crease, doesn't he? But mostly playing some pretty nice shots.
And that is the 8th wicket. Davies has gone. Abbott has struck for the first time in the innings, and still 4 runs behind, effectively -4 for 8. Somerset with that dismissal. Davies gone for 19.
And, second time of the day, we're seeing leg stump ripped out of the ground. It's Abbott this time.
Pretty comprehensive.
Well, the fact that they're not even level yet, and still 2 wickets in hand, and still got 4 runs to make up before Hampshire have to bat again.
And potentially 50 overs to go. I don't think we're going to see all them.
Get the feeling. Well, it's been a day to forget, hasn't it, for Somerset, certainly with the bat. As Davies goes back, and it'll be Jack Leach now ahead of Peter Siddle, the only Somerset player back in the pavilion who hasn't been out to the middle in this innings.
Davies top scorer with that 19. 4 players into double figures, and the other 3 only just got there.
It's a dreadful collapse. It's a dreadful collapse for Somerset.
I was going to say it was up there, but down there is
down
better.
There, yeah, it certainly is. And Somerset have this new batting coach who I'm sure will be watching this, thinking of a lot to talk about. And again, we don't want to take away from the bowling, but the point is, against good bowling, you need to be batting well, and Somerset not being able to keep out Barker in particular, but Abbott and Abbas as well.
Yeah, there's plenty of food for thought, as you say, for Lachlan Stevens. The batting actually, since his arrival, it sparked a substantial improvement in the batting. The previous game to this and the one before that. But it's gone back again in this game. We've found another furry friend, and he or she is also asleep.
Yeah. Looking for some comfort. Jack Leach, big old leave, bat raised. Leachy.
Not much concentration on what's going on out there amongst the canine fraternity.
No, I think they know what's coming. 65 for 8. It's just horrible reading, isn't it? 65 with 8 wickets down. Somerset needed to reach 69 to make Hampshire bat again. Seemed unthinkable. Talking about how actually maybe the pitch was becoming easier to bat on. Well, perhaps not. Applause, I think largely from some of the Hampshire faithful for that Kyle Abbott over, picking up the wicket of Stephen Davies, who was putting up a bit of resistance.
I wonder what is the longest spell that Keith Barker has bowled.
This is over number 12 now, is it? Yeah. Yeah, this will be his 12th over, and he's still going well.
I fancy an ice bath beckons after this.
Yeah. Well, he'll go right through now, unless Leach, Davey and Siddle can put up some serious resistance. Barker will fancy this all the way through. To Davey. AG. Backwards play. Lots to work on then. Somerset, who feel their bowling wasn't too bad. Perhaps feel maybe they could have pitched it up a little bit on that first day. Taking a leaf out of Hampshire's book, what they were doing, but they've been blown away in the third innings of this match. Absolutely blown away by Hampshire, who, if they play like this for a lot of the season, will be very worthy of a title challenge.
Yeah, they'll take, what is it? They've got 5 bonus points already.
21, is it? Overall, if that's their win.
So that would put them 9600. Yeah, that would put them top. They would just go top ahead of Surrey.
Surrey, who aren't playing this week. What are the other teams doing around the top? Because, of course, there'll still be some points to come in, won't there, from some of the other games.
Lancashire following on against Essex. Bowled out for 103 and 52 for 3.
Oh dear.
That's one of them, so we've got a fair idea where that one's going.
I'll take 103 for Somerset from here. 38 runs.
Yorkshire in control at Headingley. Warwickshire 12 for 1 in their second innings, trailing by 194.
Right, yeah. That's Yorkshire on top.
And Northants 194 for 4 in reply to Kent's 519. That's got a draw. That looks like a draw candidate.
Yeah, unless
at Northampton.
A few wickets can Kent can take a few wickets, perhaps force a follow on, but yeah, looking like a draw there. Certainly not here. Barker's in to Davey, who's happy to defend that one.
Second innings, second division, Middlesex trailing by 82, 268 for 5 at Lords. Derbyshire 124 for 4, leading by just 26 at Nottingham. And Leicestershire looked to be heading for defeat at Worcester, trailing by 304 with 6 wickets remaining. Second innings.
Good edgy there from Josh Davey, inside edge. It's no run there, so 65 for 8, and maiden over for Keith Barker. He's a bit too big to be a lapdog, isn't he, that one? Sort of you get the feeling he wants to be a lapdog, but
too much of the bulldog
too
spirit.
big, yeah. He's just been put down there by, so he said, no, off you get. Quite hot as well, I think, on a day like this, having a dog like that sitting on you. .65 for 8, still 4 runs behind. Leach takes a big step across and lets the ball go through. Leach is always enjoy watching Leach bat. Let's get the impression he sees himself as a top order batter. Respects, looks after his wicket, plays as correctly as he can. He looks pretty good. Got that 92, didn't he? Quite often mentioned that 92 against Ireland at Lords, the Test match. Good attempted drive there, not getting any of the ball. Hands on heads, James Vince.
Yes, his second most mentioned international knock.
Yes, yeah. Well, it's funny, isn't he? He's made a bit of a name for himself with the bat for England, despite being a spin bowler.
And he was, at the time of that one not out, he had been woefully out of form with the bat here.
Yeah. Yeah, still needed, what was it, 70, 72, 74 or something when he came to the crease. Oh, what a day that was. What a day. Look back on 2019 with those really, great memories.
It seems like an age ago now, doesn't
World Cup win, that day at Headingley, and then sort of course, the Somerset win of the One Day Cup, each defending. And then COVID and everything changed after that. Quite a incredible change to the world, to the cricketing world, the way things were. 2019 just feels so alien to what we got used to. 65 for 8 here. Abbott charging in. Just taking a step across his stumps. Defending that nicely.
Yeah, that was fine. Nothing wrong with that at all.
There we go. Nice practice. Sort of check drive as well. And Davey bats properly too. Two bowlers who don't really give away their wickets, these two, do they? They're certainly not.
No. Well, Davey actually started off as a batter, didn't he? Become more of a bowler as his career has progressed since he came to Taunton. Oh,
big drive.
Miss there.
Oh. Well, that's how they're going to get Leach here. He's done that twice now. He fancies a big gap. He can get it through cover.
We're going to have another look at that.
Oh, Leachy. Tell you what, if he'd connected with it, it would have flown away to the boundary. Because it comes in a fair old pace from Abbott. It's a big swing.
There hasn't been a run scored since Steve Davies was out.
Bowling has been so far on top. There we go, there's a big drive, and taken, what a catch!
Great catch.
What a catch! I said if they were going to get him, it would be like that. I didn't think he would be caught at cover quite so spectacularly, but what a game we've seen here. Hampshire so far on top. It's been men against boys today. Look at this for a catch. In the air, taken, sprawling, diving over his head there. It was the ball came past, getting close to him. Really good work from Hampshire, and Abbott kept plugging away at that line. He could see what Leach was doing, and Leach goes back. No score, and Somerset here now are 1 wicket away from losing by an innings when the first innings deficit was just 69.
Shocker.
65 for 9. Peter Siddle probably can't quite believe what he's been watching there. 9 wickets falling.
Nick Gubbins, the catcher. And that's one to remember for him.
It was a great catch. It looked, for all intents and purposes, like it was flying over his head. And I did say there was a gap at cover, but Gubbins was there to stop just that from happening. All around him was space, but Leach managed to pick him out. But even then, it needed some catching. And you could see from the celebration of Abbott, actually, what it meant to him. He knew that it was a great catch.
So words between Siddle and Davey. I wonder what those words will be.
Well, surely it has to be to get to 69 at least. Stop that innings defeat. Oh, how can it? An innings defeat
with a deficit that limited.
Yeah, I know. With 2 teams scoring in the 200s, you don't expect to then lose by an innings. Peter Siddle having a word with, I beg your pardon, Josh Davey having a word with Liam Dawson. 65 for 9. And Barker it is.
So this will probably be the last session of the match, whatever happens. Now.
Yeah, can't see these two holding on for, well, that'd be 15 overs. Yeah. Oh dear. Barker in. Oh, it's a nice drive. Oh, he's going to have to get back in. They thought about it. If it had gone past, it might be Gubbins there again.
I think it is.
And if it had gone, oh, he's having a great couple of balls there, Gubbins. Fantastic catch and a brilliant stop. Davey thinking he'd managed to avoid the follow-on with that one. If it had got past him, it certainly would have been 4. Although it is the longer side of the ground. We have seen some of it, balls slow up on the boundary. So will it be an innings victory? Barker in again, pushing forwards here. Gubbins picks it up. 65 for 9. We've seen 9 wickets in the space of 24 overs here today. It's been a real horror show for Somerset.
Carnage.
Absolute carnage. Quite often Somerset have dished it out here at Taunton over the last few seasons. Well, they're taking it today. Barker to Davey, who's behind it nicely, pushing out to mid-on. 65 runs for 9 wickets. Top scorer of 19, that's Steve Davies. 13 for Craig Overton, 11 for Renshaw, 10 for Banton. And then just noughts and ones for everyone else.
We've got a pretty good crowd in here today.
Yeah, they're sticking around.
They must be finding it hard to believe what they're seeing.
He's not going to squeeze through. Gubbins
Past
again.
Gubbins.
He's completely in control of that cover area, stopping that potential. They see the innings victory here, don't they?
And there's a dumbstruck dog. It's just seen the scoreboard.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Can't look anymore.
Can't believe what it's seeing. I don't know whether the owner's comforting it or the other way around. This is flicked over to the leg side, and that will bring Somerset level. The innings victory has been avoided. Innings defeat has been avoided for Somerset. Runs to Davey, who moves up to 7 with that little leg glance, running away down to fine leg for 4 runs. Well, scores are level, but Somerset are 9 wickets down. Well, we thought maybe we'd expect perhaps 2 wickets, maybe 3. Instead, it's 9. Oh dear, what a way to finish. Terrible leave from Josh Davey, follows it onto the off stump, and that is the end of Somerset's innings. And Keith Barker picks up figures of 6 for 27. That is an absolutely mammoth effort. He's bowled unchanged from the River End for the entire innings, picking up 6 wickets, and the veteran, well, he accepts a lot of applause from his teammates, and I'm sure the crowd here, even the Somerset faithful, will notice that that has been a terrific innings from him. And Hampshire will require, Stephen, 1 run to win.
Presumably they'll win by 10 wickets, although you never know. Funny things happen in cricket. But
oh dear, what a session.
It's difficult to believe. I've just seen that, really. Yeah. We were hoping for limited damage, hoping to see off the new ball. That was the optimism we had. And it's just, it's fallen in the heat.
What Barker did brilliantly was bring the ball in, get that late movement, bring it in, and that's why we saw a few hitting the off stump, finding edges as well. Barker lifts the ball above his head, takes the applause, and Somerset fans as well as Hampshire, you can hear the Hampshire enthusiastic support there, but I'm sure Somerset fans as well will know that that has been a very special innings that they've seen from Keith Barker. 6 for 27.
And that's in an unbroken spell of 13 overs, exactly.
Brilliant.
Remarkable stuff.
Well,
other 2 wickets each for Mohammed Abbas and Kyle Abbott, who very much played their part as well. Comprehensive bowling performance, aided with some indifferent shot selection.
It certainly has been a balance. It certainly has been a balance of excellent bowling on helpful conditions, as well as some poor batting selection.
If you can bear to read it, there is the card on your screen.
Does not make happy reading at all. As I was saying, their top score of 19, but other than that, very little to talk. Well, I mean, even 19 is hardly a score really to talk about. And we'll have a look at the bowling figures as well.
Yeah,
that's it. 3 used.
Keith Barker.
Yeah. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 27.
Yes, he bowled more than anybody else put together.
It's
Abbas and Abbott, 12 each.
I will remember that for a while from Keith Barker. 35 years old, bowling unchanged from the River End. And Somerset have got an awful lot to think about now. We go into a break of championship matches. This game hasn't quite finished yet, but we go into a break of matches, and there's a lot to think about from a batting perspective, Stephen.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And what's been so disappointing is that they looked to be emerging from an extended run of poor form, and this will hit their confidence hard. It must do. We've got a break, as we've been saying, in the Championship now, and that may be a good thing in the circumstances, with Surrey up next. You don't want to be playing Surrey next week after this.
No, it has been a pretty... Well, it's been up and down, hasn't it, this 7-week period of 6 games since the start of the season. 3 defeats. Quite a big defeat. Well, the Essex game was very close, but even then they were only defending 84 in that 4th innings, and only by some very good bowling.
The thing about that game was that they got so close to defending it.
Exactly. They really, if you're setting a team 84 to win, you don't expect to get so close. So actually, although it's a narrow defeat, actually perhaps a bit bigger than it looked. But
yeah,
2 big...
and again, in fairness, I felt this at the time, watching. It was a great session from Somerset, that, and to get so close.
So defeat to Essex, and then either side of that was Surrey and Hampshire, 2 very good sides. Then winning Warwickshire, beating Gloucestershire, looking like things had turned around, but here, well, today it looked like it might have been fairly even up until this session after lunch. Hampshire have taken 10 wickets in the session. Somerset amassing just 69 runs, and so it was tying the score.
It is astonishing, really, how short a time it took. We arrived this morning thinking that it was a reasonably evenly poised game, and look what's happened, and we haven't even had tea yet.
Well, we will be back to bring you coverage of this one run which Hampshire need. Who knows what might happen? Strange things do happen in cricket, but we'll leave it for now.
Yeah, we hope for something extremely strange.
Who knows? It could still be a tie, this game. We will be back in a moment.
Please welcome back Ian Blackwell and Alex Wharf. And the Somerset team are led out by Tom Abel.
Well, welcome back to the live stream. Not sure how long we'll be here for now. Hampshire will require 1 run to win this. It's been an abject display from Somerset with the bat. 69 all out. There was a deficit of 69. So the scores are level at the moment. Somerset cannot win this game. But Hampshire, if they lose 10, if they're 0 for 10, Somerset can tie it. But likely it is we'll probably be here for less than an over, I should think. As Stephen Lamb comes in alongside me.
I don't think we're going to need the full allocation of 44.
Well, that's this. Well, even then, we've got another 105 tomorrow, or however many. It's not on the last day. It won't be quite that many, 96, but still, plenty of overs left. But Somerset not using them, and you can see on the balcony actually. I don't know if we can get a camera on there, but Hampshire are ready to celebrate a thumping victory. They're all out on the Andy Caddick Pavilion balcony, ready to go. It'll be Peter Siddle who gets the pressure of the first over. Felix Organ will be the man facing. He can finish it off in 1 ball. Here we go, Siddle in and playing this out onto the leg side, and it won't be done in 1 ball. I guess that's Hampshire all ready to go to celebrate what will be another win for them. How many have they got this season? Will that be their 4th win of the season?
Yeah, and you can rather sense by the body language that well, there's barely anything for the Somerset fielders to come out for, is there?
No. Well, that'll be another 3 day tomorrow, another 3-day finish, but Somerset on the wrong side of it this time. Felix Organ trying to play it to the offside, but Tom Abel is there. And Somerset dragging this on. There we go. Hampshire ready to celebrate. Always slightly gutting as a Somerset fan, hearing the other team celebrating, particularly a county championship match, particularly within 3 days. But well worked, I think. Don't take anything away from Hampshire. They've been brilliant, really, this game. 69-run deficit was a good deficit. Somerset made it look a lot better than it was. Siddle is in again and defended again by Organ.
The agony prolonged.
Well, a lot of these players will be then transferring to white ball. Some of them won't be. Some of them will continue working on red ball skills, I should think. But a lot of these will be involved in Somerset's white ball setup. T20 is getting going next week. Double header. Western Storm against Sunrisers, followed by Somerset against Essex Eagles. Sunday the 29th of May. Tickets are available for that. 2 games for the price of 1 as Siddle is in again. Over the top. That'll be that. Unless there's a catch. No, it was actually not far away, but that will be all they need. Coming through for the single.
And
Somerset
is the balcony.
Well beaten.
Cheering.
You can see the celebrations there, and they knew what was coming. Well, I was hoping at some point earlier today that it could have been a tight finish, as it was, about as emphatic as it comes. 10-wicket win for Hampshire, who have been better than Somerset in all departments in this game. Well played, Hampshire, but Somerset will have a lot to think about ahead of June the 12th, their next championship game.
Yeah, what's even more disappointing, really, is that when Somerset went down to Southampton and lost, they were well below full strength, whereas this is a full-strength Somerset team, and that's a further indicator of how good the Hampshire side are. They're surely contenders, strong contenders for the title this year, and they will go top with this win. They'll go narrowly ahead of Surrey.
And this was a really interesting fixture, as you say, looking at that thumping that Hampshire dished out the Aegeus Bowl. It was interesting to see how Somerset came back with a full side, and as you say, they, I'm afraid, have been well beaten once again. So Hampshire do the double over Somerset this season. And now we can begin to turn our minds a bit more towards the T20s. Of course, we're bringing you those live here on the live stream too.
Yeah, and yet again, sadly, Charlie, a spell of commentary with you and me has been curtailed a little. I remember it happening before.
Yes, it did happen before. I think that was against Gloucestershire, wasn't it?
It was. It was indeed.
A few seasons ago.
Very nice to see you anyway.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, despite the...
And many thanks to Ian as well, who's standing behind us.
Thanks Ian Shepherd, who came in a little bit earlier on to...
and do listen to the podcast. Always look on the bright side of life.
can find it online on your podcast provider as the handshakes happen here at Taunton. Well, the crowd will make their way home earlier than they expected and with no prospect of any play here tomorrow as the game is finished. 10-wicket win for Hampshire. We'll see you again for the T20s very shortly. Looking forward to those, but for now, it is goodbye from Stephen Lamb and goodbye from me, Charlie Taylor. Thanks very much for watching.
4 maidens, 6 for 27. Mohammed Abbas, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 11. Kyle Abbott, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 27.